The morning of August 13th, 2018, dawned like any other in the quiet suburban community of Frederick, Colorado. The sun, a warm, golden presence, began its ascent over Saratoga Trail, promising a day much like the many perfect ones Shanann Watts had documented and shared with the world. But for the Watts family, the ordinary was about to shatter, giving way to an unimaginable horror that would forever etch their name into the dark annals of true crime. Shanann Catherine Watts, vivacious and 34, was returning home from a business trip to Arizona. She was pregnant, expecting a son she planned to name Nico. Her husband, Christopher Lee Watts, 33, had already begun his day. Their two little girls, 4-year-old Bella Marie and 3-year-old Celeste Catherine, affectionately known as Cece, were still tucked away in their beds, innocent and oblivious to the malevolent forces circling their home. From the outside, their lives were a portrait of the American dream meticulously curated for public consumption. A spacious, 2-story house with a tidy lawn nestled in a friendly neighborhood. 2 spirited, bright-eyed daughters. A seemingly devoted couple, ready to welcome another child into their loving embrace. Shanann, the undeniable heart of their online presence, was a master of self-presentation. Her Facebook page was a vibrant, almost dizzying collage of happiness. Sun-drenched family vacations, charming photos of Bella and Cece dressed in matching outfits, motivational posts about her fitness journey, and, perhaps most prominently, enthusiastic updates on her direct sales business with Thrive by Lavelle. She frequently recorded live videos, speaking directly to her followers with an infectious enthusiasm, radiating a positivity that seemed almost boundless. She spoke of health, wellness, and financial freedom, building a community around her aspirations. Chris, by contrast, was the quiet anchor. Reserved and less expressive than Shanann, he often appeared beside her in these videos and photos, usually offering a gentle smile or a soft nod. He was the supportive husband, the doting father, the seemingly steady presence behind Shanann's whirlwind of activity. Their public narrative was one of unwavering domestic bliss, a testament to hard work, family values, and the pursuit of a perfect life. Shanann ensured this narrative was not just seen, but felt, shared, and perhaps envied by her many followers. Bella, the older daughter, was a captivating personality. Her bright eyes sparkled with intelligence and a hint of mischief. She was inquisitive, energetic, and possessed a sassy charm that delighted her mother and often prompted laughter from those around her. She was a natural leader, eager to explore and express herself. Celeste, or Cece, was the more serene of the two, a sweet and playful child with an endearing innocence. She often had a pacifier in her mouth and a calm demeanor that contrasted with Bella's vivacity. Shanann's love for her daughters was palpable, overflowing in every post, every video. They were, without a doubt, her entire world, and she made sure that sentiment resonated with her vast online audience. The girls' giggles and innocent questions often punctuated Shanann's motivational speeches, adding a layer of undeniable authenticity to her online persona. The family's life revolved around their children. They enjoyed frequent outings to the local park, splash pads, and swimming pools, often documented through Shanann's ever-present phone camera. Their home on Saratoga Trail was immaculately maintained, a reflection of Shanann's dedication to creating a nurturing and aesthetically pleasing environment for her loved ones. Every holiday, every birthday, every small achievement was celebrated and shared, painting a picture of relentless happiness and familial harmony. Their journey to this seemingly idyllic existence had begun in North Carolina. Chris and Shanann had met there, married, and started their family. They moved to Colorado in 2012, drawn by Chris's job as an operator at Anadarko Petroleum, a large oil and gas company, which promised stability and better opportunities. This move was meant to solidify their future, leaving behind any past financial or personal turbulence. They invested significantly in their new home, pouring their energy into their careers and, most importantly, into raising their daughters. To those who knew them casually or who simply followed their carefully curated online presence, the idea that something profoundly sinister could be festering beneath this pristine facade was not just unthinkable, it was an impossibility. Their public image was a powerful narrative of aspirational living, a testament to the power of positive thinking and relentless ambition, a narrative that Shanann had not only crafted, but actively lived and shared with the world. Little did anyone know, this carefully constructed reality was on the verge of collapsing, exposing a darkness few could ever have imagined. The veneer of prosperity that Shanann so diligently maintained online often masked a far more complex and troubling reality behind the scenes. While their social media profiles projected success and abundance, the Watts family had, in fact, been wrestling with significant financial difficulties for years. These struggles were not a distant memory, but a persistent shadow lurking beneath the surface of their seemingly perfect life. The most public manifestation of these troubles came in 2015, just 3 years before the tragic events. Chris and Shanann Watts filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. This was a stark contrast to the image of financial freedom and success that Shanann later promoted through her work. Court documents revealed a substantial amount of debt, totaling over $70,000, stemming from credit cards, student loans, and medical bills. Their assets at the time were significantly less than their liabilities. This bankruptcy, a legally binding admission of severe financial distress, indicated that their income was insufficient to manage their obligations, forcing them to liquidate assets to pay off creditors. It was a stressful and humiliating period, one that undoubtedly put immense strain on their marriage and individual well-being. Despite the bankruptcy providing a fresh start on paper, the underlying financial pressures never truly disappeared. They purchased their home in Frederick, Colorado, shortly after the bankruptcy discharge, taking on a substantial mortgage. While Chris had a stable job at Anadarko Petroleum, providing a steady income, Shanann's income from her burgeoning direct sales career was more volatile and dependent on her sales performance and recruitment efforts. Her relentless pursuit of success with Thrive by Lavelle was, in part, a desperate attempt to not only achieve the lifestyle she so passionately promoted, but also to alleviate the lingering financial anxieties that continued to plague them. Shanann poured herself into her work with Thrive, often traveling for company events, attending conferences, and engaging with her network online. She was a charismatic advocate for the products, believing deeply in their potential to transform lives, both physically and financially. She dreamed of earning enough to retire Chris from his demanding job, a testament to her ambition and her desire to secure their family's future. She invested heavily in her business, not just time and effort, but also financially, purchasing products and attending events, all with the hope of recouping and multiplying her investment. This level of commitment, while admirable, also placed considerable pressure on her, and by extension, on their shared finances. The line between personal aspirations and financial necessity blurred, turning her passion into a burden. The financial strain created a subtle but constant undercurrent of tension in the Watts household. Money worries are a common source of marital conflict, and the Watts situation was no exception. While Shanann presented a cheerful and optimistic front to the world, privately, discussions about their financial health could be fraught. Chris, being the primary consistent income earner, likely felt the weight of these obligations keenly. The pressure to maintain their lifestyle, which included a new home and 2 young children, was immense, and it was a burden they carried together, though perhaps with different coping mechanisms. This financial stress played a critical, though often hidden, role in the unraveling of their marriage. It added layers of complexity to their interactions, influencing decisions and fueling underlying resentments. The constant striving for more, driven by a fear of falling back into debt, could have created a pressure cooker environment, where the demands of their public image clashed with the realities of their private bank accounts. The perfect life they showcased on social media was, for Shanann, not just a marketing tool, but perhaps also a manifestation of her deepest desires to escape the shadow of past financial failures. For Chris, it may have been a relentless reminder of the expectations placed upon him, silently eroding his willingness to maintain the facade. The financial landscape of the Watts family was, therefore, not merely a backdrop to their story, but an active participant in its tragic progression, contributing to the quiet desperation that would eventually erupt in violence. As the summer of 2018 progressed, the carefully constructed facade of the Watts family began to show its first, almost imperceptible cracks. While Shanann continued to project an image of unwavering joy and marital bliss on social media, behind closed doors, the dynamics between her and Chris were shifting, subtly at first, then with increasing clarity. Friends and family members would later recall a growing distance between the couple, a change in Chris's demeanor that, in hindsight, spoke volumes of a deeper disquiet. Chris, once seen as the quiet but affectionate husband, started to become more withdrawn. His customary reserved nature began to morph into something more sullen and detached. Colleagues at Anadarko Petroleum noticed a shift in his personality. He, who was usually even-tempered, began to exhibit uncharacteristic irritability, snapping at minor workplace annoyances. He started spending more time after work, at happy hours, with coworkers, a new habit that extended his time away from home, a stark contrast to his previous routine of returning promptly to his family. This subtle pulling away, a nascent disengagement, was a precursor to the emotional chasm that was rapidly widening between him and Shanann. Shanann, intuitive and deeply connected to her husband, sensed this shift. She expressed her concerns to close friends, particularly to her best friend, Nicole Atkinson. Messages exchanged between Shanann and her friends revealed her distress over Chris's growing emotional distance. She confided that he was no longer as affectionate, that their physical intimacy had dwindled, and that he seemed preoccupied, almost haunted by something she couldn't quite grasp. She wondered if he was stressed by work, by their financial situation, or if there was something more profound at play. Her relentless pursuit of a perfect family life online stood in stark contrast to her private anxieties about her crumbling marriage. She was trying desperately to fix what she felt was broken, but Chris seemed increasingly unresponsive to her efforts. The tension culminated in a pivotal family trip in late June and early July 2018. Shanann traveled with Bella and Cece to North Carolina to visit her parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks. This was meant to be a relaxing vacation, a chance for Shanann to reconnect with her roots, and for the girls to spend time with their grandparents. Chris initially joined them. However, his behavior during this trip was noticeably different. He was described as being cold, distant, and uncharacteristically quiet. He seemed withdrawn from the family, not engaging with the children as he usually did, and often absorbed in his phone. The stark contrast between his previous warmth and his current detachment was unsettling to Shanann and her family. It was during this period, while physically present with his wife and children, that Chris Watts definitively began his affair with Nicole Kessinger, a colleague from Anadarko Petroleum. He had met Kessinger at work in early June, and their relationship quickly escalated. While Shanann was away with the girls in North Carolina, Chris continued to communicate with Kessinger, deepening their emotional and physical connection. He began to tell Kessinger that he was separated from his wife, claiming their marriage was over and that they were in the process of divorce. He presented himself as a single man, ready for a new relationship, meticulously crafting a narrative that completely contradicted his reality. This deception was a significant turning point, cementing his desire for a new life, free from his existing familial obligations. Shanann returned to Colorado from North Carolina on August 7th, leaving the girls with her parents for an extended visit. This decision, though seemingly practical for her work, also allowed her and Chris space to address the growing chasm between them. The hope was that time apart might allow Chris to miss his family and reignite his affection. But the time apart only served to solidify Chris's resolve to pursue his new relationship. Shanann, back in Colorado, became increasingly distraught by Chris's continued coldness. She confided in friends that he confessed he no longer loved her and wanted to separate. This admission, delivered with a chilling lack of emotion, devastated Shanann. In her desperate attempts to salvage their marriage, Shanann even purchased a book on marital counseling, love, and respect, hoping it would provide tools for them to reconnect and understand each other. She believed that communication and effort could mend the rift. She continued to reach out to Chris, pleading for clarity, begging him to fight for their family, but Chris remained emotionally distant, his mind seemingly already elsewhere, fixated on the new life he envisioned for himself. The perfect family facade, once so meticulously maintained, was now crumbling from within, piece by agonizing piece, under the weight of Chris's calculated deception and Shanann's heartbreaking realization. The stage was set for a confrontation that would plunge the Watts family into an abyss from which there would be no return. The summer of 2018 deepened, and with it, the chasm between Chris and Shanann Watts widened into an almost unbridgeable gulf. After their family visit to North Carolina in early July, Shanann made the decision to extend her stay with Bella and Celeste at her parents' home, the Rzucheks. This was an unusual arrangement for her, as she was intensely devoted to her direct sales work and accustomed to managing her home and business in Colorado. However, the extended stay was born out of a desperate hope. She believed that a prolonged physical distance might make Chris miss her and the girls, rekindling the affection and closeness that had so visibly evaporated from their marriage. It was a gamble, a last-ditch effort to salvage what she increasingly feared was being lost forever. While in North Carolina, Shanann communicated frequently with Chris, often through text messages. Her messages reveal a woman deeply distressed, pleading with her husband to acknowledge their marital problems and to fight for their relationship. She poured out her heart, expressing confusion and pain over his sudden detachment. Her texts ranged from attempts at understanding to desperate pleas for intimacy and reaffirmation of their bond. Chris's responses, however, were increasingly cold, clipped, and emotionally barren. He maintained a frustrating distance, deflecting her concerns and offering vague explanations for his change of heart. He refused to discuss their issues in depth, leaving Shanann feeling bewildered and isolated. His evasiveness only fueled her anxiety, confirming her worst fears that his mind was elsewhere and that he was actively disengaging from their shared life. During this time, Shanann's friends and family in North Carolina witnessed her unraveling. They saw her normally vibrant personality dimming under the weight of Chris's emotional withdrawal. She confided in them about the lack of physical affection, Chris's newfound disinterest in their life together, and his stark declaration that he no longer loved her. She described how he appeared to be a different person, almost a stranger since their recent visit to North Carolina. The stark contrast between the loving, attentive Chris she had known for years and the emotionally detached man he had become was a source of profound confusion and heartbreak for her. Despite the pain, Shanann clung to hope, believing that their history, their children, and her love could still overcome the growing darkness. She continued to plan for their future, including the upcoming arrival of their son, Nico, even as Chris pulled further and further away. The extended stay in North Carolina concluded on the morning of August 13th, 2018. Shanann, driven by her friend and colleague Nicole Atkinson, arrived back at her home on Saratoga Trail in Frederick, Colorado, sometime after 1:40 a.m. The house was dark, suggesting Chris had already gone to sleep. Shanann entered her home, exhausted from the travel but likely filled with a desperate hope that her return might finally force a confrontation, a resolution, or perhaps even a reconciliation. She was eager to talk to Chris, to understand the distance that had grown between them, to fight for her marriage and her family. What transpired in the early hours after Shanann's return remains known only to Chris Watts, recounted later in chilling detail. The last known moments of Shanann's life inside that house were private, hidden from the public eye. Nicole Atkinson, who dropped Shanann off, observed nothing out of the ordinary as Shanann went inside. The house appeared quiet, no signs of disturbance or conflict visible from the street. Later that morning, as the sun fully illuminated Saratoga Trail, a different narrative began to unfold. Chris Watts would later claim that he woke up and found Shanann gone, leaving behind her car, her purse, her phone, and the girls' car seats. He would tell neighbors, police, and news cameras that he had no idea where his wife and daughters could be. He would act out the role of the distraught husband, making public pleas for their return, fabricating stories of a missing family in a desperate attempt to divert suspicion. He would even contact Nicole Atkinson, feigning concern, setting into motion the search that would ultimately expose his horrific crimes. The calm, almost ordinary morning of August 13th was already tainted by a monstrous secret, hidden within the walls of the Watts family home, as the facade of perfection dissolved into an unspeakable tragedy. The quiet morning of August 13th, 2018, rapidly escalated from a seemingly ordinary start to a frantic search. all orchestrated by the very person responsible for the unfolding tragedy. Just hours after Shanann Watts returned home, her presence, and that of her two young daughters, vanished. Christopher Watts, now alone in the house that harbored a monstrous secret, began to enact a chillingly calculated deception, laying the groundwork for a missing persons case that would captivate and horrify the nation. Chris's first recorded act of public deception occurred when he contacted Shanann's close friend and colleague, Nicole Atkinson. Nicole had dropped Shanann off at home in the early hours of the morning and had a prearranged appointment to pick her up later that day for a doctor's appointment. When Shanann was unresponsive to her calls and texts, Nicole grew increasingly concerned. She was unusual for Shanann not to respond, especially for an important medical visit. When Nicole arrived at the Watts home, she found Shanann's car still in the garage, a detail that immediately raised red flags. Shanann would never leave her cherished Lexus, especially if she had simply walked away. Nicole also noted that the girls' car seats were still inside the vehicle, which was highly unusual as Shanann always took them out. She knocked on the door, called out, but received no answer. It was at this point that Nicole telephoned Chris Watts, who was already at work at Anadarko Petroleum. Chris, feigning surprise and concern, told Nicole that he had woken up to find Shanann and the girls gone. He claimed he assumed Shanann had taken the girls to a play date or to visit a friend. This was his first fabricated narrative, delivered with a calm that would later become a hallmark of his chilling composure. Nicole, sensing something was gravely wrong, immediately alerted law enforcement. Her quick action and persistent concern were pivotal in initiating the formal missing persons investigation. The Frederick Police Department swiftly responded to the Watts home, entering a scene that Chris had meticulously arranged to appear normal, completely devoid of any evidence of the brutal acts committed just hours earlier. Upon the officers' arrival, Chris Watts welcomed them into his home, behaving as the distraught and cooperative husband. He walked them through the house, pointing out details, expressing bewilderment at his family's disappearance. He calmly stated that he had last seen Shanann around 5 a.m., just before he left for work, and had believed her to be asleep. He maintained that he had no idea where she or the girls could have gone. His voice was steady, his eyes seemingly filled with genuine confusion and worry. He even granted the police permission to search the premises, confident that no visible trace of his heinous actions remained. The officers noted his remarkably calm demeanor, a detail that would later stand out starkly against the gravity of the situation. As the search for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste intensified, Chris Watts agreed to public interviews with local media outlets. Standing before cameras, he appealed directly to his family, looking into the lens with a seemingly earnest expression. He pleaded for them to come home, to contact him, to let him know they were safe. His words were carefully chosen, designed to portray him as a heartbroken husband and father, desperate for the return of his loved ones. He spoke of missing their laughter, their bedtime stories, and Shanann's presence. He painted a picture of a loving family, shattered by an inexplicable disappearance. His performance was convincing enough to initially sway many viewers and even some investigators who focused their efforts on finding a missing woman and her children rather than suspecting the man standing before them. However, beneath the veneer of Chris's composed performance, subtle inconsistencies began to emerge. His lack of overt emotion, a calm that bordered on detachment, struck some as unsettling. His answers to police questions were often vague or seemed rehearsed. Investigators also noted that he never once asked where his daughters were in relation to Shanann. His focus was always on Shanann, perhaps as a way to control the narrative. The sheer unlikelihood of a pregnant woman leaving everything behind, including her beloved car, phone, and children's car seats, without a word, was a glaring anomaly that only deepened suspicion. The initial deception, while expertly executed in the critical first hours, would soon begin to unravel under the relentless scrutiny of law enforcement, leading them closer to the unspeakable truth hidden behind the calm facade of Christopher Watts. The early hours of August 13th quickly morphed into a full-blown missing persons investigation. After Nicole Atkinson's desperate calls to 911, Frederick police officers arrived at the Watts home. This was the moment Chris Watts had been preparing for. He greeted them with a carefully constructed facade of bewilderment and concern. His demeanor was strikingly calm, almost eerily so, for a husband whose pregnant wife and 2 young children had supposedly vanished without a trace. He invited the officers inside, offering his full cooperation, a performance designed to deflect any suspicion. As police meticulously documented the scene, Chris calmly walked them through the house, pointing out details that he believed would support his fabricated story. He highlighted Shanann's car still in the garage, her phone and purse left behind, and the girl's car seats in her vehicle. All details he presented as proof of an inexplicable, rather than sinister, departure. He claimed he had last seen Shanann around 5 a.m., just before he left for his shift at Anadarko Petroleum, and asserted that he had assumed she was simply still asleep when he departed. The initial stages of the investigation were guided by Chris's narrative. Police began treating it as a legitimate missing persons case, circulating descriptions of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. They interviewed neighbors, scoured local areas, and appealed to the public for any information. The community of Frederick, a tight-knit suburb, quickly rallied, spreading the word on social media and organizing search parties. The story began to draw local media attention, further amplifying the perceived mystery. Chris, seizing this opportunity, willingly engaged with reporters, presenting himself as a heartbroken victim. In televised interviews, he looked directly into the camera, pleading for his family's safe return. His voice was steady, his eyes seemingly filled with genuine distress as he spoke about missing his daughter's laughter, their bedtime routines, and Shanann's vibrant presence. He conjured an image of a shattered domestic life, painting himself as the innocent husband and father desperately searching for his loved ones. However, even as Chris maintained his composure, subtle inconsistencies began to surface in his carefully constructed narrative. His calmness, while initially interpreted as shock, began to strike some investigators as unsettlingly detached. There was a conspicuous lack of raw emotion, an absence of the frantic desperation one would expect from someone in his situation. His answers to police questions were often vague or seemed oddly rehearsed, lacking the spontaneity of genuine recollection. He provided details that, while seemingly innocent, subtly steered the narrative away from himself. For instance, he repeatedly emphasized that Shanann had left her phone, a key piece of personal identification, at home, as if to reinforce the idea of a sudden, unplanned departure. Perhaps one of the most glaring anomalies was Chris's repeated focus on Shanann's disappearance, with notably less emphasis on his daughters. While he mentioned Bella and Celeste, his primary concern, at least outwardly, always seemed to circle back to Shanann. He never once asked where his daughters might be in relation to their mother. This detail, though minor on its own, began to contribute to a growing uneasiness among seasoned investigators. They understood that in cases of sudden disappearances, parents typically prioritize the safety of their children above all else. This subtle but persistent deviation from expected behavior began to cast a long, cold shadow of suspicion over the seemingly distraught husband. The initial deception, while expertly executed in the critical first hours, would soon face increasing scrutiny as the calm facade of Christopher Watts slowly but surely began to crack under the pressure of the unfolding investigation. As the hours stretched into days, the investigation into the Watts family's disappearance intensified, and the focus of law enforcement began to narrow decisively on Christopher Watts. The initial flurry of public appeals and community searches slowly gave way to a more targeted approach. Detectives, trained to identify anomalies in human behavior, found Chris's calm demeanor increasingly unnerving. His consistent lack of overt emotional distress, coupled with the convenient narrative he presented, started to raise red flags. Seasoned investigators understood that while individuals react to grief in various ways, Chris's composed, almost rehearsed responses simply did not align with the typical behavior of a frantic husband whose pregnant wife and 2 young children had vanished without a trace. The decisive turning point in the early investigation came with the administration of a polygraph test. On August 15th, 2 days after Shanann's disappearance, Chris Watts voluntarily agreed to take a polygraph. During the pre-test interview, he continued to maintain his story of Shanann and the girls simply being gone. However, once the test began, his physiological responses, specifically to questions about his involvement in their disappearance, indicated deception. The polygraph results provided investigators with the critical leverage they needed. They now had a scientific indication, though not admissible as direct evidence in court, that Chris was not being truthful. This intensified their interrogation, moving from a missing persons inquiry to a focused criminal investigation with Chris as the prime suspect. Armed with the polygraph results, investigators confronted Chris, pushing him harder on the inconsistencies in his story. The interrogation room became the crucible where his carefully constructed facade finally began to crack under sustained pressure. The detectives employed various psychological tactics, appealing to his conscience, his love for his children, and his potential for redemption. They laid out the growing body of circumstantial evidence, his uncharacteristic behavior, the implausibility of Shanann simply leaving without her car or children's essentials, and now the failed polygraph. It was clear to Chris that his story was unraveling and that the police were closing in. Under this intense pressure, Chris Watts finally began to shift his narrative, offering a partial and ultimately false confession. He claimed that Shanann had, in fact, returned home and that they had engaged in a heated argument about his affair and his desire for a separation. During this argument, he horrifyingly alleged Shanann had strangled their 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste. Enraged by this unthinkable act, Chris then claimed he retaliated by strangling Shanann. This twisted, self-serving version of events was a desperate attempt to mitigate his culpability, to present himself as a grieving, reactive husband rather than a premeditated killer. It was a narrative designed to shift the blame, particularly for the deaths of his beloved children, onto their own mother. This false confession, while deeply disturbing, provided police with the crucial admission that Chris had been involved in their deaths and knew their whereabouts. A pivotal piece of physical evidence that aided the investigation and directly contradicted Chris's initial claims came from an unexpected source: his neighbor, Nate Trinastic. Nate had a surveillance camera that captured the front of both his and Chris's homes. On the morning of August 13th, this camera recorded Chris backing his truck into his driveway, then leaving for work, a detail Chris initially confirmed. However, the footage also captured Chris's unusual activity around his vehicle, specifically showing him backing his truck up to his garage, remaining there for an extended period, and then pulling away with a noticeable weight in the truck bed that wasn't there before. This video evidence, crucial for its time-stamped veracity, contradicted Chris's story of simply leaving for work. It suggested clandestine activity, providing irrefutable proof that Chris had loaded something, or someone, into his truck in the early hours of the morning, directly undermining his claims of innocence. The walls were closing in, and the truth, in its most horrific form, was about to be exposed. The twisted confession from Chris Watts, coupled with the incriminating surveillance footage from his neighbor, provided law enforcement with the grim roadmap they desperately needed. With Chris now admitting involvement, even if partially and deceptively, the focus shifted from a missing persons investigation to a recovery operation. The urgency was palpable, driven by the hope, however faint, that Shanann or the girls might still be alive, or at the very least, that their remains could be respectfully recovered. Investigators knew that Chris worked at Anadarko Petroleum, and his evasive answers and the peculiar activities around his truck hinted strongly at the location of his horrific disposal. In the early hours of August 16, 2018, just 3 days after Shanann's disappearance, law enforcement officers, accompanied by Chris Watts, made their way to the remote Anadarko Petroleum site in Weld County, Colorado. It was a desolate landscape, far removed from the idyllic suburban streets of Frederick. This industrial site, characterized by its sprawling oil tanks and isolated nature, offered a chillingly plausible location for the concealment of such heinous crimes. The air was thick with tension and a sense of impending dread as the officers navigated the rugged terrain. Chris, though cooperative in leading them to the general area, remained eerily composed, betraying little emotion as he directed them to the places where he had committed his unspeakable acts. The search immediately focused on the specific areas Chris indicated. Within a short time, the first horrific discovery was made. The body of Shanann Watts was found buried in a shallow grave near 2 crude oil tanks. Her remains were located in a makeshift burial site, hastily covered, a stark testament to the desperate and crude attempts at concealment. The sight was devastating for the investigators, confirming their gravest fears and shattering any remaining hope that Shanann might still be alive. The pregnant mother, once so full of life and dreams, had been reduced to a hidden victim in a desolate industrial field. This discovery alone was enough to cement Chris Watts as a cold-blooded murderer, directly contradicting his earlier claims of innocence and self-defense. However, the horror did not end there. The most agonizing revelation came with the discovery of Bella and Celeste. Chris Watts then admitted to the unspeakable act of placing his 2 little girls inside separate crude oil tanks. These large, industrial-sized tanks, designed to hold viscous petroleum, became the final, unthinkable resting place for the innocent children. The crude oil, thick and suffocating, had been used as a macabre means of disposal. The image of the small bodies submerged within the dark, suffocating liquid sent shockwaves through the investigative team. It painted a picture of calculated, unfathomable cruelty far beyond the initial narrative of a husband driven by rage. The recovery process for Bella and Celeste was meticulous and deeply distressing. Special equipment and hazardous materials teams were called to the scene. The tanks had to be drained slowly, under immense emotional strain for all involved, to carefully extract the children's remains. The sheer depravity of this act stunned even veteran officers who had witnessed many grim scenes. It transformed the crime from a domestic tragedy into a truly monstrous act of filicide. The discovery of the children's bodies hidden in such a horrifying manner provided undeniable proof of Chris Watts's depravity and shattered the last vestiges of his fabricated image. The confirmation that all three members of his family were dead, and that he was responsible, brought a chilling closure to the missing persons case, opening a new chapter of profound grief and unforgivable betrayal. The grim discovery at the Anadarko petroleum site sent shockwaves through the investigative team. The sheer brutality and dehumanizing nature of how Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were disposed of left a lasting impact on even the most hardened law enforcement personnel. The scene was meticulously processed, with forensic teams working tirelessly to gather every piece of evidence from the shallow grave and the crude oil tanks. Each detail, however minute, was crucial in building an irrefutable case against Chris Watts. The bodies were transported for official autopsy, a necessary but heartbreaking step in formally identifying the victims and gathering definitive evidence about the cause and manner of their deaths. For Shanann's parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, the news was a devastating confirmation of their deepest fears. They had held on to a sliver of hope, praying for their daughter and granddaughters to be found alive, even as their instincts warned them of the worst. To learn that Chris, the man they had welcomed into their family, the father of their grandchildren, was responsible for such unspeakable acts, was an unimaginable betrayal. The grief was compounded by a profound sense of horror and disbelief that a loved one could commit such atrocities. Their public statements, delivered through tears and raw emotion, reflected the agony of a family ripped apart by unspeakable violence, their privacy shattered by an event that would forever define their lives. Following the horrific discoveries, Chris Watts was formally arrested and charged. The charges were numerous and severe. Multiple counts of first-degree murder, including murder of a child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, unlawful termination of a pregnancy due to Shanann's pregnancy, and tampering with deceased bodies. These charges reflected the full scope of his alleged crimes, encompassing not only the taking of 3 lives, but also the heinous manner in which he attempted to conceal his actions. The swiftness of the arrest, coming just days after the initial missing persons report, stunned many, though for those closely following the unfolding drama, it tragically confirmed their worst suspicions. The public reaction to Chris Watts's arrest and the discovery of the bodies was one of profound shock and outrage. The man who had appeared on television pleading for his family's return was now unmasked as their killer. The contrast between his public persona and his private actions was jarring and deeply disturbing to millions. Social media, which Shanann had used to build her public persona, now became a forum for collective grief, anger, and disbelief. News reports flooded national and international channels, transforming a local tragedy into a globally recognized case of unthinkable domestic violence. People struggled to reconcile the image of the doting dad with the monster who had murdered his pregnant wife and smothered his young daughters. The legal process immediately began to take shape. Chris Watts was held without bond, deemed an extreme flight risk and danger to the community. His initial court appearances were brief, marked by his stoic, almost emotionless demeanor, mirroring the composure he had displayed during the initial investigation. He remained largely silent, letting his legal team handle the proceedings. The focus shifted from finding the missing family to building an unshakable case against the man who had admitted to their deaths. The evidence, painstakingly gathered from the crime scene and through Chris's own shifting confessions, painted a damning picture. The path to justice, though emotionally arduous for everyone involved, seemed clear. But the full truth of Chris Watts's motives and the extent of his depravity had yet to be fully uncovered. The formal charges marked the end of the search and the beginning of the long, painful journey toward accountability. With the bodies recovered and Chris Watts formally charged, the case transitioned from a frantic search to a grim legal proceeding. His initial court appearances were brief, yet intensely scrutinized by both the media and a shocked public. During his arraignment, Chris stood silently beside his public defenders, his expression largely unreadable. He offered no visible signs of remorse, no tears, no breakdown, a stoicism that struck many as profoundly unsettling for a man accused of murdering his pregnant wife and 2 young daughters. This composure, so consistent with his behavior during the initial days of the missing persons investigation, only served to deepen the public's perception of his chilling detachment. The Weld County District Attorney's Office began the meticulous process of building its case. The charges against Chris Watts were grave, carrying the potential for the death penalty in Colorado at the time, although it was rarely pursued. The prosecution's strategy would hinge on proving premeditation and intent, a challenge made easier by the sheer brutality of the disposal methods and Chris's shifting narrative. Meanwhile, Chris's public defenders faced the daunting task of representing a man who had confessed to horrific crimes, even if his confession was initially partial and self-serving. Their role was to ensure his constitutional rights were protected and to explore any possible mitigating circumstances, however scarce they might appear. As the legal proceedings moved forward, public fascination with the case intensified. The stark contrast between Shanann's meticulously curated online life, filled with family photos, positive affirmations, and dreams of prosperity, and the horrific reality of her death and that of her children became a central theme in media coverage. News channels replayed Shanann's joyful social media videos, juxtaposing them with images of Chris's emotionless court appearances. This created a jarring narrative of betrayal that resonated deeply with audiences across the United States. Psychologists and true crime analysts weighed in, attempting to dissect Chris's personality, speculating on the hidden darkness that could drive such a seemingly ordinary man to commit such unspeakable acts. Theories ranged from financial pressures to a sudden breakdown triggered by his affair, but none fully explained the chilling depravity of his actions. The public struggled to comprehend how a man who appeared so outwardly normal, a quiet neighbor, and seemingly loving father could harbor such monstrous capabilities. The case became a chilling cautionary tale about the hidden lives people lead, the secrets that fester beneath polished surfaces, and the devastating consequences of infidelity, and a desire for a new life. The narrative shifted from sympathy for a distraught husband to outrage at a calculated killer. Online forums and social media became a constant stream of discussion, dissecting every detail of Chris's behavior, searching for any early warning signs that might have been missed. Chris Watts, during this early legal phase, seemed to exist in a psychological vacuum, strangely disconnected from the enormity of his actions. Even as the horrifying details of the crime scene and the autopsies began to leak into the public domain, he remained largely impassive. This emotional flatlining suggested either a profound psychological disturbance, an extreme form of denial, or a cold, calculated indifference. His interactions with law enforcement and his legal team provided glimpses into his continued attempts to control the narrative even after his admissions. He was still trying to shape the story in his favor, to minimize his guilt, particularly regarding the deaths of his daughters. This unwavering self-preservation, even in the face of overwhelming evidence and public condemnation, underscored the chilling nature of his personality. The initial phase of the legal battle against Chris Watts would set the stage for a dramatic resolution, one that would spare his victims' families the ordeal of a lengthy trial, but could never truly bring peace. As the legal machinery churned, the pressure on Chris Watts steadily mounted. The evidence against him was overwhelming, a stark tapestry woven from his own conflicting statements, the irrefutable data from his neighbor's surveillance camera, forensic findings from the crime scene, and the horrific discovery of the bodies. Prosecutors meticulously compiled their case, knowing they had a strong foundation for conviction. While Chris had offered a partial confession, attempting to blame Shanann for the girls' deaths, investigators possessed enough evidence to dismantle his fabricated narrative and expose the full extent of his calculated cruelty. For Shanann's family, the Rzucheks, this period was an agonizing limbo. They were consumed by an unbearable grief, yet forced to endure the public scrutiny and the slow, methodical pace of the legal system. Each news report, each court appearance served as a painful reminder of their immeasurable loss. They longed for justice, but the thought of a lengthy public trial, with all its gruesome details being paraded before the world, was a horrifying prospect. The idea of sitting through testimony, recounting the last moments of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, and hearing graphic forensic evidence, would be an unbearable ordeal. They sought a resolution that would spare them further torment, a conclusion that would acknowledge the full scope of Chris's crimes without prolonging their agony. It was against this backdrop of overwhelming evidence and immense emotional strain on the victim's family that discussions for a plea bargain began to take shape. The district attorney for Weld County, Michael Rourke, faced a critical decision. While the prosecution felt confident in securing a conviction at trial, pursuing the death penalty, or even just a lengthy trial, would require presenting all the horrifying details in open court. This would not only be emotionally devastating for the Rzucheks, but also potentially subject Bella and Celeste's final moments to intense public dissection. Colorado's death penalty was also a complex and rarely executed legal path, often leading to decades of appeals. The primary motivation behind seeking a plea agreement was to ensure a swift and definitive conviction, guaranteeing Chris Watts would spend the rest of his life behind bars, while simultaneously sparing the Rzuchek family the unimaginable trauma of a public trial. By accepting a guilty plea, Chris would waive his right to an appeal, cementing his punishment without the lengthy, drawn-out legal battles that often accompany capital punishment cases. This decision, made in close consultation with Shanann's family, prioritized their healing and the certainty of a conviction over the pursuit of the death penalty. It was a compassionate and pragmatic approach to securing justice in the most final and least agonizing way for the victim's loved ones. As the possibility of a plea bargain emerged, the public's anticipation of a dramatic trial began to shift. Many had expected a protracted legal battle, hoping for every gruesome detail to be laid bare in court. However, the prospect of a guilty plea securing a life sentence without the possibility of parole offered a different kind of closure. While it meant foregoing the spectacle of a trial, it promised an immediate and irreversible consequence for Chris Watts. The legal maneuver was a testament to the prosecution's strength, signaling that Chris's defense team recognized the overwhelming evidence against him, leaving him with little recourse, but to accept responsibility for his heinous acts. The stage was set for a resolution that would bring an end to the agonizing uncertainty, even if the pain for the Rzucheks family would forever remain. The decision to pursue a plea bargain culminated in a pivotal moment for the Watts family case. On November 6, 2018, less than 3 months after the murders, Christopher Watts appeared in a Weld County courtroom to formally change his plea. This was not the start of a long, drawn-out trial, but rather the swift, conclusive act that would seal his fate. The courtroom was filled with a palpable tension, packed with Shanann's family, members of the media, and a public desperate for a resolution to the horrific saga. Chris, clad in an orange jumpsuit, stood before the judge, his demeanor still remarkably devoid of any discernible emotion. With a flat, almost robotic tone, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to all charges against him, 5 counts of first-degree murder, including murder of a child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, unlawful termination of a pregnancy, and 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body. Each guilty he uttered was a hammer blow, confirming the unspeakable acts he had committed. For Shanann's parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, and her brother Frankie Jr. present in the courtroom, this was a moment of agonizing validation. It was the confirmation of their worst nightmares, yet it also offered a painful form of closure, knowing that the man who had stolen their beloved daughter and grandchildren would be held accountable without forcing them to relive the details in a public trial. Cindy Rzucheks could be seen openly weeping, while Frank Rzucheks held her, both overcome by the immense weight of the moment. District Attorney Michael Rourke, in a statement to the court, outlined the details of the plea agreement. In exchange for Chris Watts's full confession and his waiving of appeal rights, the prosecution would not seek the death penalty. Instead, they would pursue a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. This decision, as previously emphasized, was made in close consultation with the Rzucheks family, prioritizing their emotional well-being and the certainty of Chris never walking free again. The judge, acknowledging the gravity of the charges and the terms of the agreement, accepted Chris Watts's guilty plea. This acceptance solidified his fate, condemning him to spend the remainder of his life incarcerated. The formal plea sent immediate shockwaves across the nation. For a public that had been captivated by the unfolding mystery, the guilty plea provided a swift, if unsatisfying, conclusion to the immediate question of who was responsible. There would be no dramatic trial, no cross-examinations, and no public airing of every minute detail of the murders. Yet the outcome was definitive. Christopher Watts, the man who had played the grieving husband on national television, was now unequivocally confirmed as the cold-blooded killer of his entire family. The sheer speed of the resolution, from initial disappearance to guilty plea in just under 3 months, was remarkable, and a testament to the overwhelming evidence against him and the prosecution's strategic approach. The first hour of this documentary has explored the chilling collapse of a meticulously crafted illusion. We've witnessed the transformation from a seemingly perfect family unit, celebrated online, to the devastating reality of a man consumed by a desire for a new life, willing to commit unspeakable atrocities to achieve it. We have traced the subtle cracks in the facade, the financial pressures, Chris's growing detachment, Shanann's desperate pleas, and the tragic sequence of events leading to the family's disappearance. This part concluded with Chris Watts's shocking admission of guilt and the grim discovery of his victims, setting the stage for the unvarnished truth of his actions and the legal consequences that followed. The question of who did it was answered, but the deeper, more unsettling questions of why and how remained to be fully explored. The bombshell news of Chris Watts's arrest, just 3 days after his public pleas for his family's return, ignited an immediate and intense media storm. The narrative of the heartbroken husband and father, so carefully crafted by Chris himself, shattered instantly, replaced by a chilling portrait of a calculated killer. Local news reports rapidly escalated to national headlines, drawing in cable news networks, true crime enthusiasts, and a stunned public. The sheer audacity of his deception, performing grief while knowing the horrifying truth, left millions aghast. Social media platforms, where Shanann had so vibrantly shared her life, now became a focal point for collective outrage, grief, and disbelief. Hashtags trended, online discussions raged, and the Watts case quickly transformed from a local tragedy into a national obsession. Journalists descended upon Frederick, Colorado, a small, typically quiet town, turning Saratoga Trail into a spectacle of news vans and curious onlookers. Every detail, from the color of the Watts' house to the expressions on neighbors' faces, was dissected and analyzed. The stark contrast between the perfect family presented online and the unspeakable reality emerging from the police investigation fueled an insatiable appetite for information. Experts from various fields, including criminal psychology, law enforcement, and sociology, appeared on television, offering their insights into the mind of a seemingly ordinary man capable of such extraordinary depravity. They grappled with the universal question: how could this happen? How could someone kill their own children, their pregnant wife, and then so calmly lie about it? The public's emotional response was visceral. There was a profound sense of betrayal, not just for Shanann and her family, but for everyone who had believed in the facade Chris Watts projected. The seemingly innocent family photos, once symbols of happiness, now took on a sinister new meaning. Every smile, every embrace, every shared moment was reevaluated through the lens of ultimate treachery. For many, the case became a chilling reminder of the hidden darkness that can exist behind closed doors, even in the most seemingly idyllic of settings. It sparked widespread discussions about the nature of evil, the signs of domestic discord, and the frightening ease with which some individuals can conceal their true intentions. Chris Watts, despite being the center of this burgeoning storm, remained a perplexing enigma. In his initial court appearances, his demeanor was consistently subdued. He rarely spoke, showed no outward signs of remorse, and his gaze often seemed distant, almost vacant. This lack of visible emotion, while shocking to many, was not entirely unexpected by seasoned investigators. Some individuals, particularly those with certain psychological profiles, can detach themselves emotionally from their actions as a defense mechanism or a manifestation of profound psychopathy. His composure under intense public scrutiny only amplified the chilling perception of him as a cold and calculating individual, devoid of genuine human empathy. The legal team representing Chris Watts faced an immediate uphill battle. The evidence was rapidly mounting, and his own partial confession, however manipulative, directly implicated him. The overwhelming public condemnation further complicated their task. Yet, their role was to ensure his legal rights were protected, even as the world grappled with the sheer horror of his alleged crimes. This initial period of intense media coverage and public outcry solidified the Watts case as a landmark in the annals of true crime, setting the stage for a legal resolution that would ultimately define the tragic fate of Christopher Watts and seek a measure of justice for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. As the public outcry surged, behind the scenes, law enforcement continued to meticulously piece together the puzzle of the Watts family murders, building an unshakable case against Chris. The initial horrific discovery of Shanann's body and the girl's remains in the oil tanks at the Anadarko site provided the undeniable physical evidence. Autopsies were swiftly performed, confirming the cause of death for Shanann as strangulation and for the girls as smothering. These findings directly contradicted Chris's initial self-serving claims that Shanann had killed the children. The forensic evidence was cold, hard, and spoke volumes, pointing squarely to Chris as the sole perpetrator of all three murders. The investigative team also delved deep into the digital footprint of the Watts family and Chris's private life. Phone records, text messages, social media activity, and internet search histories became critical tools. Detectives painstakingly reviewed every interaction, every search query, every deleted message, seeking to understand the timeline of Chris's planning and deception. This digital trail proved invaluable, providing irrefutable evidence of Chris's affair and his escalating desire to escape his family life. His internet searches for phrases like "men who murder their families" and deleted messages exchanged with Nicole Kessinger painted a chilling picture of premeditation and a developing intent to eliminate his family. Central to dismantling Chris's fabricated story was the cooperation of Nicole Kessinger. Upon learning of Shanann's disappearance and subsequently Chris's arrest, Kessinger voluntarily contacted the police. She was initially distraught and confused, believing Chris's narrative that he was separated and in the process of divorcing his wife. When the truth emerged, Kessinger was cooperative and provided extensive details about her relationship with Chris, revealing a clear timeline of their affair. She turned over all communications between them, including text messages, call logs, and photographs. Her testimony was critical. It not only confirmed Chris's elaborate deception, but also illuminated his primary motive: his desperate desire to pursue a new life with her, unburdened by his existing family. Her statements definitively established that Chris had presented himself as single, actively planning a future with her, completely detached from the family he was about to destroy. Kessinger's evidence solidified the timeline of Chris's betrayal. She revealed how Chris had told her his divorce was almost finalized, that he had already signed papers and that his children were being cared for by another family. These were all blatant lies designed to manipulate Kessinger and to expedite his perceived freedom. Her cooperation allowed investigators to understand the depth of Chris's calculated dishonesty leading up to the murders. It painted a picture of a man meticulously crafting a new reality for himself, a reality that explicitly excluded his wife and daughters. The contrast between his composed public pleas for his family's return and the cold, manipulative communications with his mistress became a stark illustration of his duplicity. With each piece of evidence, from the autopsies to the digital forensics and Kessinger's testimony, the prosecution's case against Chris Watts grew irrefutable. His initial attempts to shift blame, particularly the grotesque accusation against Shanann, collapsed under the weight of the facts. The overwhelming body of evidence left no room for doubt about his sole culpability for the brutal murders. The pressure on Chris intensified, leaving him with increasingly limited options as the reality of his predicament became inescapable. The foundation was now firmly laid for the legal proceedings that would lead to his ultimate confession and the final judgment. The net of evidence tightened relentlessly around Chris Watts. Despite his stoic facade and the initial self-serving confession that blamed Shanann, law enforcement had amassed an undeniable mountain of proof that pointed directly to his singular guilt. The cold, hard facts from the autopsies, the irrefutable digital trail of his affair and sinister internet searches, and the full cooperation of Nicole Kessinger left Chris with no viable escape. The investigators, employing seasoned interrogation techniques, continued to press him, dissecting his every word, challenging his inconsistencies, and patiently laying out the overwhelming case against him. It was during this intense, prolonged interrogation that Chris Watts finally reached his psychological breaking point. On August 16th, facing the unyielding gaze of the detectives and confronted with evidence he could no longer deny, the truth began to emerge, albeit in stages and with continued attempts at self-preservation. The crucial moment arrived when the lead investigators, knowing his affinity for his daughters, appealed to his conscience regarding their whereabouts. They emphasized the need for closure for Shanann's family and the simple human decency of knowing where his children were. This appeal, combined with the crushing weight of undeniable proof, proved to be the final straw. In a hushed, chilling admission, Chris Watts confessed to killing Shanann, and then, in an even more agonizing revelation, he admitted to the unfathomable act of murdering his daughters, Bella and Celeste. He provided the grim details of how he had transported their bodies to the remote Anadarko petroleum site and disposed of them in the crude oil tanks. This was the full confession the investigators desperately needed. It not only detailed the horrific acts, but also led them directly to the precise location of the remains. It was the moment the public's worst fears were confirmed, transitioning the case from a mystery of disappearance to an open book of unspeakable domestic violence. This confession, though later revealed to contain omissions and slight alterations from the full truth he would disclose in prison, was pivotal. It immediately led to the recovery of the bodies, providing Shanann's grieving family with the agonizing certainty they sought. It also provided the prosecution with direct admissions that solidified their already formidable case. Chris's initial fabricated story of Shanann killing the girls was exposed as a grotesque lie, a desperate attempt to shift blame and minimize his own monstrous actions. The stark reality was that he had orchestrated the entire tragedy, driven by a selfish desire to abandon his family for a new relationship, and had then meticulously planned and executed their murders to achieve his perceived freedom. The revelation of Chris Watts's full involvement, confirmed by his own words in the interrogation room, sent a fresh wave of shock and revulsion through the nation. The man who had been the picture of normalcy, the quiet neighbor, the doting dad, was now unequivocally revealed to be a cold-blooded triple murderer. This moment marked the true conclusion of the initial phase of the Watts case: the desperate lies, the agonizing search, and the shocking discovery. The curtain was fully pulled back on the perfect family facade, exposing the profound darkness that lay beneath. With Chris Watts's confession, the focus would now definitively shift from discovering what happened to understanding the full legal consequences and the enduring impact of his unimaginable crimes. The immediate aftermath of Christopher Watts's arrest for the murders of his pregnant wife, Shanann, and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste, plunged the quiet community of Frederick, Colorado, and indeed the entire nation, into a state of stunned disbelief. The man who had played the role of the distraught husband on national television was now unmasked, facing the full might of the American legal system. His first court appearance, the formal arraignment, took place on August 16, 2018, just hours after the grim discovery of the bodies at the Anadarko oil site and his subsequent confession. The courtroom was a crucible of tension. Every seat was filled, not only by members of Shanann's grieving family, her parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, and her brother, Frankie Jr., but also by a legion of local and national media, eager to capture every detail of the accused killer's first public showing. Chris Watts was brought in, shackled and clad in an orange prison jumpsuit. His demeanor was chillingly consistent with his earlier interviews: flat, emotionless, and almost vacant. He stood silently beside his court-appointed public defenders, rarely making eye contact with anyone, including the judge or Shanann's family. His posture was rigid, his face an unreadable mask, betraying no hint of the monstrous acts he had confessed to committing. During the arraignment, the charges against Chris Watts were formally read aloud, a list that hammered home the profound depth of his alleged crimes. He was charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder, which included 2 counts for Bella and Celeste as separate victims, and an additional 2 counts for them as crimes of passion or special circumstances under Colorado law, murder of a child under 12 by a person in a position of trust. He was also charged with 1 count of unlawful termination of a pregnancy, specifically for the death of his unborn son, Nico. Furthermore, 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body were added, addressing his efforts to conceal the remains of Shanann and the girls. The sheer number and gravity of the charges painted a damning picture, leaving no doubt about the severity of the crimes he was accused of. The Weld County District Attorney's Office, led by District Attorney Michael Rourke, immediately began the meticulous process of building an ironclad case. Their strategy was clear: to secure a conviction that would ensure Chris Watts spent the rest of his life behind bars, and to spare Shanann's family the protracted agony of a lengthy trial. The prosecution's team knew they had a strong foundation: Chris's own admissions, the physical evidence from the crime scene, the chilling surveillance footage, and the damning digital forensics from his phone and computer. The initial goal was to gather all available evidence, interview every witness, and prepare for what they anticipated could be a complex legal battle, even with Chris's confessions. Meanwhile, Chris Watts's public defenders faced an unenviable task. Appointed to represent a client whose guilt seemed overwhelmingly clear to the public and was partly admitted by Chris himself, their role was to ensure due process and to explore any possible legal avenues or mitigating factors. Their primary duty was to protect his constitutional rights and provide the best defense possible within the confines of the law. This initial phase of the legal process was swift and public, marking the transition from a police investigation to a formal prosecution, setting the stage for the ultimate resolution of the Watts family murders that would shock and grieve the nation for years to come. Following Chris Watts's formal arraignment, the pressure on him escalated from all fronts: legal, investigative, and public. The legal machinery was now fully engaged, with the prosecution meticulously compiling an overwhelming mountain of evidence designed to leave no doubt of his guilt. Every piece of the puzzle, painstakingly gathered by law enforcement, contributed to a devastating portrait of premeditated murder and cold-hearted deception. Detectives and forensic specialists worked tirelessly, analyzing DNA samples, examining the remains of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, and processing every item recovered from the crime scene. Each new detail unearthed served to dismantle Chris's fabricated narrative, strengthening the case against him with irrefutable scientific and circumstantial proof. The digital footprint Chris left behind proved to be a particularly damning aspect of the investigation. His phone records revealed chilling details of his affair with Nickel Kessinger, showcasing a man actively pursuing a new relationship while deceiving his pregnant wife. Text messages, call logs, and social media interactions provided a clear timeline of his romantic entanglement, directly contradicting his claims of a sudden, unplanned departure by Shanann. Even more incriminating were his internet search histories. These revealed disturbing queries for phrases like "men who murder their families" and "how to dispose of a body," indicating a dark contemplation of his horrific actions long before they occurred. These searches were not the desperate actions of a man reacting to a sudden emotional outburst, but the chilling research of someone contemplating a premeditated act, directly undermining his later claims of rage or self-defense. Meanwhile, the media continued its relentless coverage, amplifying the public's intense desire for a complete understanding of what had driven Chris Watts to commit such heinous acts. Every new piece of information, every snippet of court proceedings, and every new theory put forth by commentators fueled the public's fascination and horror. The discrepancy between Chris's outward appearance and his inner depravity became a central point of discussion. People struggled to reconcile the image of the quiet, seemingly unremarkable man with the monster capable of smothering his own children and burying his pregnant wife. This collective struggle for understanding generated immense public pressure, which, though not directly influencing the legal process, certainly highlighted the gravity of the case. Inside the interrogation room, detectives continued to press Chris. They weren't just seeking a confession, they were seeking the full truth, the granular details that would solidify their case and provide closure for the victim's family. They confronted him with the mounting evidence, pointing out every inconsistency in his stories. They leveraged his prior admissions, slowly chipping away at his remaining lies. The psychological tactics employed were designed to break through his composure, to make him realize that his carefully constructed web of deceit was completely unraveled. They appealed to any shred of humanity he might possess, particularly regarding his daughters, hoping to elicit the full, unvarnished truth about how and why Bella and Celeste met their tragic end. The defense team assigned to Chris Watts faced an increasingly impossible task. With the physical evidence, digital forensics, and Chris's own admissions pointing directly to his guilt, their options for a successful defense dwindled rapidly. While it was their duty to ensure his constitutional rights were protected and to explore any mitigating circumstances, the sheer weight of the prosecution's case was overwhelming. The focus for the defense quickly shifted from contesting his guilt to navigating the sentencing phase, particularly whether to challenge the death penalty, which was a possibility in Colorado at the time. The pressure on Chris Watts was now immense, leaving him with increasingly limited options as the full reality of his predicament became inescapable, pushing him closer to revealing the complete, horrifying truth of his crimes. The true, unvarnished truth of what happened to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste began to emerge not on the public stage, but within the sterile confines of an interrogation room. After his initial, largely misleading admissions and the failed polygraph, Chris Watts was brought back for further questioning by seasoned agents from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, or CBI. The atmosphere in the room was controlled, clinical yet heavy with the weight of the missing family. Detectives often operate with a careful balance of empathy and unwavering firmness, and their strategy with Chris was no different. They sought to break through his composed exterior to chip away at the intricate web of lies he had constructed. The interrogators, particularly CBI agent Tammy Lee and Detective Kevin Armstrong, were masters of their craft. They knew Chris's initial story, the one blaming Shanann for the girls' deaths, was a desperate fabrication. Their task was to guide him, through relentless but measured questioning, towards the full, agonizing truth. The interrogation was not a shouting match, but a methodical dismantling of Chris's carefully constructed false narrative. They laid out the growing body of evidence, piece by painstaking piece, the unlikelihood of Shanann simply vanishing, the irrefutable surveillance video showing his truck's suspicious movements, and the damning evidence of his digital communications with Nickel Kessinger. Chris, throughout these hours, maintained his characteristic composure, a disturbing calm that perplexed even experienced investigators. He sat mostly still, his answers often monosyllabic or vague, his eyes frequently downcast or staring blankly into space. There were no tears, no overt signs of distress, no frantic pleas of innocence that might have been expected from a genuinely grieving husband and father. This emotional flatness was a key indicator for the detectives, signaling a profound psychological detachment from the reality of his actions. They understood that this composure was not strength, but rather a chilling manifestation of his ability to suppress the horrific truth. The agents patiently circled back to the inconsistencies. They pointed out the blatant lies in his initial statements, juxtaposing them with the irrefutable facts. They showed him images of his home, reminded him of his family, and, crucially, appealed to any remaining shred of humanity he might possess regarding his daughters. They emphasized that the biggest victims were Bella and Celeste, and that for their sake, the full truth needed to be revealed. They knew that often, even the most hardened criminals retain some connection to their children, and this was a vulnerability they cautiously probed. It was during these crucial hours, under the unwavering gaze of the investigators and the mounting weight of irrefutable evidence, that Chris Watts began to finally yield. his initial defensive stance slowly eroded. The carefully constructed wall he had built around himself started to crumble, not with a sudden collapse, but through a slow, agonizing process of attrition. The focus of the interrogation began to shift from if he was involved to how and why he had committed these unspeakable acts, laying the groundwork for the chilling confession that would soon follow. The truth, buried deep beneath layers of deceit and denial, was on the verge of being unearthed, ready to expose the full depravity of his crimes. The persistent and methodical pressure applied by CBI agents in the interrogation room eventually broke through Chris Watts's carefully maintained facade. After hours of evasion, denial, and inconsistent narratives, the full chilling truth of what transpired on August 13th began to spill forth. It was not a sudden, cathartic breakdown, but a slow, calculated unburdening as Chris realized the walls of his deception had completely collapsed. The story he finally delivered was one of cold, selfish rage and unfathomable depravity, a stark contrast to the loving husband and father he had meticulously pretended to be. Chris began by detailing the argument he had with Shanann upon her return home in the early hours of that fateful Monday morning. He claimed the argument escalated quickly, focusing on his affair and his desire for a separation. In his own words, he stated that Shanann had threatened to leave him and take the children, a prospect that, in his twisted mind, presented an obstacle to his new life with Nickel Kessinger. As the argument intensified, he admitted to strangling Shanann. The act, he claimed, was born out of a sudden fit of rage, an attempt to silence her and end the confrontation that threatened his imagined future. He described Shanann's struggle, her final moments, as he pressed the life from her. This admission, while horrific, was just the beginning of the nightmare he would recount. The most agonizing and morally reprehensible part of Chris Watts's confession came next, involving his two innocent daughters. After murdering Shanann, Chris wrapped her body in a blanket and placed her in the back of his truck. He then led Bella and Celeste, still sleepy and unaware of the horrific fate that awaited them, into the truck. He drove them to the remote Anadarko oil site, the place where he worked, a desolate location he had clearly pre-selected for its isolation. It was there, amidst the towering oil tanks, that he committed the ultimate act of betrayal against his own flesh and blood. He confessed to the unspeakable, smothering Bella and Celeste. He described how Bella, the older daughter, had fought back, pleading with him, "Daddy, no!" Her final struggle, her desperate cry for her father to stop, etched itself into the minds of the investigators and would later haunt anyone who heard the details. Celeste, the younger child, succumbed more quickly, her tiny body unable to resist. The image of a father, moments after murdering their mother, then coldly extinguishing the lives of his own defenseless children, was almost too horrific to comprehend. It shattered any lingering illusion of a man who had simply snapped in a moment of passion, revealing instead a calculated, chilling determination to remove every perceived obstacle to his selfish desires. After committing these unimaginable acts, Chris then callously disposed of their bodies. He placed Bella and Celeste into separate crude oil tanks, forcing their small forms through the narrow openings. Shanann's body was then buried in a shallow grave nearby. This part of his confession confirmed the initial findings at the crime scene, detailing the unspeakable means of concealment. The full confession, obtained in that interrogation room, solidified the prosecution's case beyond any doubt. It provided the grim answers to the agonizing questions, allowing investigators to present a complete, albeit horrifying, account of the Watts family murders, forever cementing Christopher Watts as one of the most reviled killers in American history. With the chilling confessions regarding the murders of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste now extracted, the interrogation turned to the grim and meticulous details of how Chris Watts disposed of their bodies. What emerged was a narrative of cold, calculated actions, devoid of any genuine remorse, painting a picture of a man utterly detached from the humanity of his victims, even as they were his own family. Chris recounted driving his work truck with the 3 bodies in the back to a remote section of the Anadarko petroleum site, a place he knew intimately, a place of industry and isolation, perfectly suited for his heinous purpose. His chosen disposal method for his daughters Bella and Celeste revealed a level of depravity that shocked even veteran investigators. Chris confessed to forcing the small bodies of his 4-year-old Bella and 3-year-old Celeste through the narrow hatches of 2 separate large crude oil tanks. These tanks were designed to store thousands of gallons of thick, viscous petroleum. The very idea of his tiny children being submerged in such a suffocating, corrosive substance was a detail that profoundly disturbed all who heard it. He described pushing them through, an act of utter callousness, reducing his beloved daughters to mere objects to be discarded. The heavy crude oil served as a grotesque means of concealment, intended to dissolve or obscure any trace of their existence. For Shanann, his pregnant wife, Chris's confession detailed a different, though no less brutal, method of concealment. He stated that he had buried her body in a shallow grave near the crude oil tanks, where he had discarded his daughters. This makeshift burial site was located on the same desolate property, a desperate attempt to hide his crimes in the vast, remote landscape. He described digging the grave himself, a final act of desecration against the woman who was carrying his unborn child. The hasty nature of the burial indicated his desire for speed and his focus on quickly removing the evidence of his actions before returning to his manufactured life of normalcy. The act of disposing of his family's bodies at his workplace, an oil and gas facility, was a chilling demonstration of Chris Watts's twisted logic. He chose this remote location not out of panic, but because it was familiar territory, a place where he had legitimate access and could potentially operate unnoticed during the early morning hours. He believed the vastness of the site and the industrial nature of the equipment would provide the perfect cover for his crimes. The decision to use the oil tanks for his daughters was particularly horrifying, highlighting a methodical, almost industrial approach to disposing of human lives. During his confession, Chris maintained a chillingly flat affect, recounting these unspeakable acts without visible tears or profound emotional distress. He spoke of the process, the logistics, the concealment, as if discussing a task rather than the murder and disposal of his family. This clinical recitation of such monstrous deeds underscored the profound psychological detachment that enabled him to commit these crimes. It painted a picture of a man who had dehumanized his victims to such an extent that he could execute his plan with a shocking degree of cold calculation. The full details of the disposal, as confessed by Chris Watts himself, provided definitive answers to the whereabouts of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, confirming the ultimate tragedy and cementing the undeniable depravity of his actions. With the chilling details of the murders and the disposal of the bodies now on record, the interrogation pivoted to the agonizing question of motive. Why would a husband and father seemingly so devoted commit such unspeakable acts against his own pregnant wife and two young daughters? Chris Watts's confession, while horrifying in its content, offered a singular, self-serving explanation: his overwhelming desire to escape his marriage and pursue a new life with his mistress, Nicole Kessinger. In his twisted perception, his family had become an insurmountable obstacle to his personal freedom and newfound happiness. Chris described feeling increasingly trapped or suffocated within his marriage to Shanann. He painted a picture of a relationship that had, for him, become burdensome, characterized by arguments, financial stress, and a perceived lack of emotional connection. This narrative, while convenient for his defense, starkly contrasted with Shanann's public portrayal of their happy family and her persistent efforts to mend their relationship. He claimed his feelings for Shanann had dwindled, and he felt a growing resentment towards the life they had built together. This internal strife, hidden from the public eye, fueled his longing for an escape, a radical break from his domestic responsibilities. The catalyst for his murderous actions, according to Chris, was his affair with Nicole Kessinger. He had met Kessinger at Anadarko Petroleum, his workplace, in early June 2018. The relationship quickly escalated, becoming intensely physical and emotional. Chris confessed to becoming consumed by his feelings for Kessinger, envisioning a future with her that was free from his current obligations. He meticulously lied to Kessinger, telling her he was separated from Shanann and that their divorce was almost finalized. He even fabricated stories about the girls being cared for by another family, creating a false reality to convince her that he was available and unencumbered. This obsession with Kessinger and the allure of a new life became the driving force behind his horrifying decisions. In Chris's mind, Shanann and the children were no longer beloved family members, but rather impediments to his perceived freedom. The argument on the morning of August 13, triggered by Shanann confronting him about his affair and his desire for separation, was the breaking point. His confession implied that the thought of Shanann taking the children, or simply not granting him the easy exit he craved, pushed him to the extreme. The concept of an amicable separation or divorce seemed to be beyond his capacity or willingness to consider, or perhaps too complicated, given their financial history and the public image Shanann maintained. Chris Watts's motive, as articulated in his confession, was fundamentally selfish and devoid of empathy. It was a desire for personal liberation at any cost, demonstrating an utter disregard for the lives and well-being of his wife and children. He sought to eliminate the problem by eliminating them. This chillingly cold and pragmatic approach to murder, driven by an insatiable desire for a new relationship, profoundly shocked the world. It laid bare the devastating consequences of infidelity and a profound lack of moral compass, revealing a man who chose absolute destruction over responsibility and truth. His perceived freedom was built on the most unforgivable acts imaginable. Amidst the escalating horror of the Watts family murders, a crucial figure emerged whose cooperation significantly aided the investigation: Nicole Kessinger. She was Chris Watts's mistress, the woman with whom he had envisioned a new, unburdened life, and her testimony proved invaluable in dissecting his elaborate web of lies. Kessinger, a colleague of Chris's at Anadarko Petroleum, initially knew him as a man trapped in a failing marriage, ostensibly on the verge of divorce. She had no reason to suspect the monstrous truth lurking beneath his calm exterior. Upon learning of Shanann's disappearance, and more crucially, Chris's subsequent arrest, Nicole Kessinger experienced a profound shock. The man she had been intimately involved with, the man who had promised her a future, was now accused of murdering his entire family. Distraught and confused, Kessinger made the courageous decision to contact the police voluntarily. She understood that she was a critical piece of the puzzle, and despite the deeply uncomfortable personal revelations, she chose to fully cooperate with law enforcement, providing every detail of her relationship with Chris. Kessinger's interviews with detectives were extensive and revealed the meticulous deception Chris Watts had practiced. She confirmed the timeline of their affair, which began in early June 2018. She recounted how Chris had repeatedly assured her he was separated from Shanann and that their divorce was imminent. He even concocted elaborate stories, claiming he had already signed divorce papers and that his children were living with another family member. These carefully constructed lies were designed to paint him as a single man, available for a serious relationship, completely unencumbered by his existing domestic life. Kessinger had believed him, seeing no red flags in his fabricated narrative until the news of the disappearances broke. Her cooperation provided law enforcement with a wealth of digital evidence. Kessinger willingly turned over her phone, granting detectives access to all text messages, call logs, and social media interactions between her and Chris. This trove of data provided an irrefutable timeline of their affair, showing the escalating intimacy and Chris's increasing obsession. Crucially, these communications demonstrated Chris's premeditation and his clear motive, his desire to be with Kessinger, free from his family. The content of their messages starkly contrasted with Chris's public display of grief, illustrating the profound duplicity of his actions. Her consistent story and the digital evidence she provided were instrumental in dismantling Chris's own shifting confessions and proving his singular culpability. Nicole Kessinger's role became a significant, albeit unwilling, component of the prosecution's case. Her testimony, though never delivered in court due to the plea deal, confirmed that Chris Watts was actively pursuing a future that explicitly excluded his family. Her shock and subsequent cooperation underscored the manipulative nature of Chris, who had not only murdered his family, but had also cruelly deceived Kessinger. Her perspective as an unwitting participant in his endgame highlighted the depth of Chris's betrayal and provided vital insights into the selfish desires that ultimately drove him to commit his unspeakable crimes. The revelation of Chris Watts's full, chilling confession, detailing the murders of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, sent a fresh, visceral wave of horror and outrage across the nation and beyond. The shift from a perplexing missing persons case to a clear, horrifying act of domestic annihilation was immediate and devastating. For weeks, the public had watched, hoped, and speculated, initially extending sympathy to the seemingly distraught husband. Now, the mask was completely off, exposing a calculated monster beneath. The confession, recounting the strangulation of his pregnant wife and the smothering of his innocent daughters, shattered any remaining illusion of normalcy, cementing Chris Watts's place in the dark annals of true crime. The response on social media was explosive. Platforms that had once buzzed with prayers for the Watts family's safe return now erupted with a collective outpouring of grief, anger, and disbelief. Hashtags related to the case trended globally as people struggled to comprehend the depths of depravity revealed by Chris's own words. The sheer betrayal, not just of his family, but of the public trust he had manipulated, fueled a righteous indignation. Comment sections filled with expressions of sorrow for Shanann and the girls, and visceral condemnations of Chris Watts, often questioning how a human being could commit such unspeakable acts against his own flesh and blood. Traditional media outlets, already heavily invested in the story, dedicated extensive coverage to the confession. News anchors and reporters, often visibly shaken, recounted the gruesome details provided by Chris. Special reports, documentaries, and investigative pieces immediately began to emerge, dissecting every aspect of Chris's life, searching for any missed warning signs, any precursor to the monstrous acts he confessed to. The detailed confession allowed for a complete timeline of the murders to be presented, removing any ambiguity about his sole culpability and the horrifying methods he employed. This clarity, while providing answers, also deepened the collective trauma felt by many. Psychologists, sociologists, and legal experts were constantly featured, attempting to provide context for the unfathomable. They discussed the psychology of narcissism, the warning signs of domestic violence, the phenomenon of filicide, the killing of one's own child, and the chilling ability of some individuals to live double lives. The case became a chilling study in the disparity between outward presentation and inner darkness, forcing many to reevaluate their perceptions of trust and human nature. The stark contrast between Shanann's vibrant public persona and Chris's quiet, seemingly unassuming presence made the betrayal even more poignant and difficult to process. For many, the confession of Chris Watts was not just a grim news story, but a profound violation of the fundamental human trust in family, safety, and love. It was a case that resonated on a deeply emotional level, especially for parents who could not fathom such an act against children. The public reaction was a complex mix of sorrow for the victims, condemnation for the perpetrator, and an enduring sense of unease about the darkness that can lurk beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives. The confession marked the end of the mystery, but the beginning of a long process of grappling with the profound evil that had unfolded in a quiet Colorado home. While the world processed the horrifying details of Chris Watts's confession, the true, agonizing impact of his crimes fell heaviest upon Shanann's family, her parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, and her brother, Frankie Jr. Their initial shock and desperate prayers for their loved one's safe return had morphed into an unbearable reality of grief, betrayal, and profound injustice. Every revelation, every news report, every detail of Chris's monstrous acts was a fresh wound inflicted upon their already shattered hearts. They were forced to endure their unimaginable suffering in the harsh glare of a global spotlight, their private anguish made public by the notoriety of the case. Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, in particular, embodied the raw essence of parental grief. They had welcomed Chris into their family, trusted him with their daughter and their beloved grandchildren. To learn that he was not only responsible for their deaths, but had also lied to them, played the role of the distraught husband, and then callously disposed of their bodies, was a betrayal that transcended comprehension. Cindy's public appearances were often marked by a visible, profound sadness, her tears a constant testament to the depth of her loss. Frank, though often more reserved, carried an equally heavy burden of sorrow, his voice breaking as he spoke of his murdered daughter and the joy his granddaughters brought into their lives. Throughout the legal process, the Rzucheks family remained a steadfast presence, seeking justice for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. They actively participated in discussions with the district attorney's office, expressing their wishes and providing critical insight into Shanann's life and her relationship with Chris. Their primary desire was not vengeance, but certainty and an end to the protracted suffering a lengthy trial would undoubtedly bring. They understood that no outcome could ever restore what they had lost, but a definitive conviction and a guarantee that Chris Watts would never walk free again were paramount. The decision to accept a plea bargain, foregoing a full trial, was made in close consultation with the Rzucheks. For District Attorney Michael Rourke, protecting the family from further trauma was a key consideration. The thought of Shanann's parents sitting in a courtroom, listening to graphic testimony about the murders of their daughter and grandchildren, hearing the precise details of their last struggles, and seeing gruesome forensic evidence was deemed an unnecessary additional torment. The Rzucheks, despite their desire for answers, ultimately agreed that sparing themselves that ordeal was crucial for their emotional well-being, and that life imprisonment without parole was a just outcome for Chris. In their public statements, and later in victim impact statements, the Rzucheks articulated their pain and their unwavering love for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. They spoke of Shannan's vibrant spirit, her dreams, her dedication as a mother. They fondly remembered Bella's spirited personality and Celeste's sweet innocence. These tributes painted a beautiful, heartbreaking picture of the lives Chris Watts had so cruelly extinguished, ensuring that his victims were remembered not just for their tragic deaths, but for the joy and light they brought into the world. The Rzucheks family's public agony became a somber reminder of the human cost of Chris Watts's crimes, a testament to the enduring bonds of family and the profound emptiness left by unimaginable loss. The path to justice for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste did not lead to a lengthy, dramatic trial, but rather to a plea agreement, a decision born out of complex legal considerations and, most importantly, a profound compassion for the victim's grieving family. For District Attorney Michael Rourke and his prosecution team in Weld County, the choice to offer and accept a plea bargain from Chris Watts was a strategic one, designed to achieve maximum accountability with the least possible additional trauma to the Rzucheks family. Colorado, at the time of the Watts murders, had the death penalty on its books, but it was rarely sought and even more rarely carried out. Death penalty cases are notoriously complex, expensive, and protracted, often involving decades of appeals. While the brutality of Chris Watts's crimes certainly warranted such a consideration, the prosecution weighed the certainty of a life sentence without parole against the immense legal and emotional burden of a capital murder trial. Pursuing the death penalty would have meant years, perhaps decades, of legal battles, appeals, and public scrutiny, drawing out the Rzucheks family's anguish indefinitely. It was a path that offered no guarantee of execution, only prolonged suffering for those left behind. The paramount factor in the district attorney's decision-making process was the unwavering desire of Shanann's parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, to avoid a full trial. They had endured unimaginable suffering, the initial disappearance, the agonizing search, the horrifying confession, and the public revelation of the brutal details of their daughter and grandchildren's last moments. The prospect of sitting in a courtroom, day after day, listening to graphic testimony, viewing gruesome forensic evidence and reliving every agonizing detail of the murders, was simply too much to bear. Their request for a swift and certain resolution, one that would spare them this additional torment, weighed heavily on the prosecution. The benefits of a plea agreement were clear and compelling. By pleading guilty to all charges, Chris Watts would waive his right to an appeal, cementing his conviction and ensuring he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. There would be no chance of a hung jury, no possibility of acquittal on technicalities, and no prolonged appeals process that could potentially see him eventually walk free. It provided the Rzucheks family with a definitive end to the legal process, a concrete answer of justice, and the assurance that Chris would never again pose a threat to anyone. This certainty, for a family reeling from such unfathomable loss, was invaluable. While a plea deal meant sacrificing the opportunity for a public trial, where every detail would be presented in open court, the prosecution felt the trade-off was worthwhile. They had an overwhelming amount of evidence, Chris's own confessions, even if incomplete at first, and the full cooperation of Nickel Kessinger. They were confident they could prove premeditation and secure a conviction. The plea deal, therefore, represented a compassionate and strategic victory. It ensured justice for the victims while prioritizing the healing and well-being of their surviving family members. It was a difficult choice, one that weighed the desire for retribution against the need for closure, ultimately reflecting a profound respect for the victims and their loved ones. The date was November 6, 2018. The venue was the Weld County District Court, a place typically reserved for the measured pace of legal proceedings. But on this day, it became the focal point of a nation's grief and outrage. Christopher Watts, shackled and dressed in an orange jumpsuit, was led into the courtroom. The room was packed to capacity, not only with legal personnel and a swarm of media, but crucially, with the heartbroken faces of Shanann's family, her parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, and her brother, Frankie Jr. Their presence was a testament to their unwavering demand for justice, even as they faced the man who had irrevocably shattered their lives. As Chris Watts stood before Judge Marcelo Kopkow, his demeanor remained chillingly consistent with his earlier public appearances. His face was a mask of indifference, eyes often downcast or staring blankly ahead. There was no visible remorse, no flicker of emotion that might suggest the gravity of the crimes he was about to admit. This unsettling composure, juxtaposed with the raw pain etched onto the faces of the Rzucheks family, created an intensely uncomfortable atmosphere in the courtroom. It underscored the profound psychological chasm between the perpetrator and his victims' loved ones. The proceedings began with District Attorney Michael Rourke outlining the terms of the plea agreement. It was a stark confirmation of Chris Watts's decision to plead guilty to all charges against him, thereby avoiding a trial and the possibility of the death penalty. Then, one by one, the charges were read aloud, each count a heavy blow, recounting the unforgivable acts Chris Watts had committed. 5 counts of first-degree murder, including murder of a child by a person in a position of trust, confirming the brutal deaths of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. 1 count of unlawful termination of a pregnancy, acknowledging the loss of his unborn son, Nico, and 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body for his callous disposal of his family. To each charge, Chris Watts responded with a flat, almost imperceptible guilty. His voice was devoid of inflection, his responses robotic, lacking any discernible human emotion. Each utterance sent a ripple of agony through Shanann's family. Cindy Rzucheks could be seen openly weeping, clutching her husband Frank's hand, while Frankie Jr. struggled to maintain his composure. For them, these guilty pleas were not just legal formalities. They were Chris Watts finally, unequivocally, admitting the unspeakable, confirming the nightmare that had consumed their lives. It was the crushing weight of finality and a painful, undeniable acknowledgement of the truth they had so desperately sought. Judge Kopkow, after confirming Chris Watts understood the gravity of his plea and the rights he was waiving, formally accepted the guilty pleas. This acceptance solidified Chris's fate, sealing his conviction without the need for a protracted trial. The legal process, which had moved with remarkable speed given the complexity of the case, had now reached its most critical juncture. Chris Watts was no longer merely accused. He was now a self-admitted, convicted murderer. The sentencing would follow later, but the guilty plea hearing marked the moment the public saw, without a shadow of a doubt, that the man who had once embodied the American dream had, through his own horrific actions, become its darkest nightmare. With Chris Watts's guilty plea firmly established, the final act of his legal accountability unfolded on November 19, 2018. Just weeks after his confession and plea, he returned to the Weld County courtroom for his sentencing, a moment that would officially condemn him to a life behind bars. The atmosphere in the courtroom was charged with a heavy mix of solemnity and a quiet determination for justice. Once again, Shanann's family, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, and Frankie Jr. were present, their faces etched with the profound sorrow that had become their constant companion. This was the moment they had sought, the culmination of a legal battle designed to ensure their loved one's killer would never again walk free. Judge Marcelo Kopkow presided over the sentencing. He meticulously detailed each charge to which Chris Watts had pleaded guilty, and then, for each, he delivered the corresponding sentence. For the murder of Shanann Watts, Chris received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. For the murders of Bella and Celeste, he received 2 additional consecutive life sentences, ensuring that his punishment for these unspeakable acts was compounded and absolute. Further sentences were added, 48 years for the unlawful termination of Shanann's pregnancy, the death of his unborn son, Nico, and 36 years for the 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body. The judge made it clear that these sentences were to be served consecutively, meaning one after the other, rather than concurrently. This legal distinction was critical. It guaranteed that even if any portion of a single life sentence were ever to be challenged or reduced, a highly unlikely scenario given the plea deal, Chris Watts would still face multiple consecutive life terms. The cumulative effect was unequivocal. Chris Watts was condemned to live the rest of his natural life within the confines of a maximum security prison, with absolutely no possibility of parole. There would be no second chances, no hope of release, no escape from the consequences of his horrific actions. During the sentencing, Judge Kopkow addressed Chris Watts directly, acknowledging the extreme depravity of his crimes. While maintaining judicial impartiality, the judge conveyed the immense weight of the tragedy and the incomprehensible nature of a father murdering his own children and pregnant wife. His words underscored the community's shock and the profound impact of Chris Watts's actions on so many lives. The legal finality of the sentence was absolute. By pleading guilty and waiving his right to appeal, Chris had willingly signed his own death warrant, not of life, but of freedom. The immediate public reaction to Chris Watts' sentencing was a mix of relief and a lingering sense of unfulfillment. For many, the life sentences provided a necessary closure, a definitive end to the immediate legal drama. There was a sense that justice, while imperfect, had been served in the most certain way possible. However, for others, the lack of a death penalty sentence or the absence of a full trial where every excruciating detail would be laid bare left a lingering feeling of wanting more. Yet for Shanann's family, the sentence offered the invaluable peace of mind that their tormentor would spend his days in prison, forever separated from society, unable to cause further harm. The sentencing of Chris Watts closed one chapter of this tragic story, confirming the crushing reality of his guilt and sealing his fate. While the legal proceedings had concluded with Chris Watts' guilty plea and subsequent sentencing, the courtroom on November 19, 2018, was not merely a venue for justice. It was a platform for the profound and eternal grief of a family shattered beyond repair. This was the moment for the victims' voices to be heard, not through legal arguments, but through raw, unfiltered emotion. Shanann's parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, along with her brother Frankie Jr., stepped forward to deliver their victim impact statements, confronting Chris Watts with the devastating reality of his monstrous acts and the immeasurable void he had created. Frank Rzucheks Sr., Shanann's father, was the first to speak. His voice, though trembling with sorrow, carried an unwavering strength. He spoke of the pure, unadulterated joy his daughter Shanann brought into their lives, describing her vibrant spirit, her infectious laughter, and her boundless love for her family. He painted a picture of a devoted mother, a loving wife, and a cherished daughter, a life brutally extinguished by the very man who vowed to protect her. Frank condemned Chris Watts directly, labeling his actions as despicable and unforgivable. He spoke of the agonizing pain of knowing his daughter's last moments were spent in terror, betrayed by her husband, and the horror of comprehending the fate of his beloved granddaughters, Bella and Celeste, murdered by their own father. His words were a powerful testament to a parent's unending love and a searing condemnation of a killer's betrayal. Then came the heartbreaking testimony of Cindy Rzucheks, Shanann's mother. Overcome with grief, her voice was often choked with tears, but her message resonated with gut-wrenching pain. She spoke of the beautiful, innocent lives of Bella and Celeste, reminiscing about their individual personalities. Bella's spirited nature, Celeste's sweet innocence, and their infectious giggles. Cindy expressed the unimaginable torment of a grandmother who would never again hear her grandchildren's laughter, never again share a hug, never again witness their milestones. She confronted Chris directly, her voice laced with anguish, questioning how he could have looked into their innocent eyes and committed such unspeakable acts. Her words conveyed the depth of a mother's and grandmother's despair, a raw testament to a loss that defied comprehension. Frankie Rzucheks Jr., Shanann's brother, also delivered a poignant statement, emphasizing the immense void left in their family. He spoke of the close bond he shared with his sister and nieces, and the disbelief that someone they had trusted could inflict such unimaginable pain. His words reflected the ongoing trauma and the permanent scars left by Chris's actions, not just on his parents, but on the entire extended family. Each statement, delivered with unwavering courage, served as a crucial reminder to the court and to the world that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were not just victims in a news story, but cherished individuals whose lives had been cruelly stolen. These victim impact statements were profoundly important. They offered a human face to the tragedy, transforming the legal proceedings from abstract counts and statutes into a deeply personal reckoning. For the Rzucheks family, it was an essential step in their long and arduous journey toward healing, a moment to publicly articulate the devastating impact of Chris Watts's crimes directly to him and to the world. Their powerful words ensured that despite his silent, emotionless demeanor, Chris Watts would forever be confronted with the devastating consequences of his betrayal and the immeasurable grief he had inflicted upon those who loved his victims most. The sentencing of Christopher Watts to multiple life terms without parole brought a definitive legal conclusion to one of the most horrifying true crime sagas in recent memory. For a global audience that had followed every twist and turn, the guilty plea and subsequent life sentences offered a complex mix of relief, grim satisfaction, and lingering unease. There was a collective sigh of relief that justice, in a legal sense, had been served swiftly and decisively. The public could rest assured that Chris Watts, the man who had so casually destroyed his family, would never again walk free. However, the closure offered by the verdict was often incomplete. While the who and how of the murders had been established by Chris's confession and the evidence, the deeper why continued to haunt many. How could a seemingly ordinary man, a husband, a father, commit such unspeakable atrocities against his own flesh and blood? This fundamental question fueled ongoing public conversations and debates across social media, online forums, and traditional media outlets. The case became a chilling case study, prompting widespread discussions about hidden domestic violence, the deceptive nature of appearances, and the terrifying reality of filicide, the act of a parent killing their own child. The public grappled with the sheer depravity of Chris's actions. The image of Bella and Celeste, loving and trusting, being driven to their deaths by their own father and then inhumanely disposed of in oil tanks, was a detail that resonated deeply and sparked profound outrage. The betrayal of Shanann, pregnant with their unborn son, Nico, further amplified the horror. This emotional impact ensured the Watts case remained a fixture in public consciousness long after the sentencing, becoming a touchstone for discussions on the dark side of human nature and the complexities of domestic relationships. Media outlets continued their extensive coverage, shifting focus from the immediate legal proceedings to broader analysis. Documentaries, podcasts, and true crime specials dissected every facet of the case. Chris's psychological profile, the dynamics of his marriage, the role of his affair, and the precise timeline of his murderous plot. Experts weighed in, attempting to shed light on the motivations of seemingly normal individuals who commit unthinkable acts. The case became a template for understanding the signs of coercive control, the dangers of male entitlement, and the devastating consequences when a desire for a new life overrides all moral and ethical boundaries. For many, the Watts case served as a stark reminder of the vulnerability within domestic settings and the often invisible struggles that can exist behind closed doors. It underscored the importance of recognizing potential red flags in relationships and the devastating impact of unchecked self-interest. While the legal process had provided a definitive outcome for Chris Watts, the public's journey of understanding and processing the profound tragedy continued. The sentencing cemented his fate as a convicted murderer, but the story of the Watts family, a poignant testament to immense loss and betrayal, would forever remain a haunting, cautionary tale, etched into the collective memory. With the judge's final pronouncements echoing in the courtroom, Chris Watts's old life officially ceased to exist. Gone were the suburban home, the family facade, the mistress, and the illusion of freedom he had so desperately craved. In their place stood the stark, unyielding reality of a multiple life sentence. Immediately following his sentencing, Chris Watts was transferred into the custody of the Colorado Department of Corrections. His new world was one of concrete walls, steel bars, and the constant, dehumanizing routines of a maximum security prison. For his own safety, and to avoid potential harm from other inmates due to the heinous nature of his crimes against children, Chris Watts was soon transferred out of state. He was eventually housed in a maximum security facility in Wisconsin, a place designed to contain the nation's most dangerous criminals. This transfer underscored the extreme revulsion his actions evoked, even within the brutal hierarchy of the prison system. In this new environment, Chris Watts, who had once exercised ultimate control over the lives of his family, found himself utterly devoid of agency, subjected to the strictest controls and constant surveillance. His initial days and weeks in prison would have been a stark contrast to his previous existence. The comfortable home, the freedom of movement, the seemingly ordinary life he took for granted, were replaced by the harsh realities of incarceration. He was stripped of all personal possessions, assigned an inmate number, and subjected to the rigorous daily schedule of prison life. His interactions were limited to guards and fellow inmates, many of whom likely knew the details of his infamous case. The constant noise, the lack of privacy, and the sheer monotony of prison existence replaced the perceived stress of his family life with a far more profound and inescapable confinement. The public's interest in Chris Watts did not wane with his sentencing. Even behind bars, he remained a subject of intense scrutiny and discussion. Reports from within the prison system, however sparse, were eagerly consumed. Questions lingered about his psychological state. Did he show remorse in private? Did he ever truly grasp the magnitude of his actions? How was he adapting to a life devoid of the very freedom he murdered for? For many, his chillingly calm demeanor in court continued to be perplexing, fueling speculation about his true mental state and personality. Chris Watts's life in prison became a living testament to the irreversible consequences of his crimes. The very freedom he sought by eliminating his family had ironically led him to the ultimate loss of his own. His new reality was one of isolation, condemnation, and an eternity spent reflecting on the unspeakable acts he committed. This transition marked the complete and final fall of Chris Watts, from a seemingly ordinary man to a universally reviled murderer, his future now defined by the iron gates and watchful eyes of the correctional system. This grim fate concluded the legal journey, paving the way for a deeper examination into the intricate details of his motivations and the lasting legacy of the Watts family tragedy. Even after his chilling confession and the grim finality of his sentencing, a profound and unsettling question lingered over the Chris Watts case. Why? Beyond the legal facts and the raw brutality of his actions, understanding the psychology of the man who murdered his entire family remained an enduring enigma. From the moment he appeared on camera, feigning concern for his missing family, to his silent, stoic presence in the courtroom, Chris Watts exhibited a consistent and deeply disturbing emotional flatness that captivated and horrified observers. One of the most striking psychological aspects of Chris Watts was his apparent lack of empathy and remorse. Throughout the interrogation, his confession, and his court appearances, he rarely displayed any genuine emotion. There were no tears, no overt signs of distress, no frantic outbursts of grief or regret. His responses were often calculated, his gaze distant, and his voice devoid of inflection, even when admitting to the most heinous acts imaginable. This emotional detachment was not simply a symptom of shock. It was a pervasive characteristic that pointed towards a profound psychological disturbance. Experts analyzing his behavior often cited this as a key indicator of certain personality disorders, particularly those within the spectrum of narcissism or even sociopathy. His ability to lie so convincingly, not just to the police but to the world, further illuminated his disturbing psychological makeup. For days, he maintained the facade of a distraught husband, pleading for his family's return. He spoke about missing his daughter's laughter and Shanann's presence, all while knowing their tragic fate. This level of sustained, deliberate deception, coupled with his calm demeanor under intense public scrutiny, suggested a disturbing capacity for emotional manipulation and a complete disconnect from the horrific reality he had created. It was a performance so chillingly effective that it initially fooled trained police officers and captivated the nation. The term masking often arises when discussing individuals like Chris Watts. This refers to the ability to present a socially acceptable, often charming or unassuming exterior while concealing a vastly different inner world. Chris Watts was known to neighbors and colleagues as quiet, respectful, and largely unremarkable. He was the doting dad in Shanann's social media posts. This outward presentation belied the dark impulses and the cold, calculating intent that ultimately led him to murder. The contrast between the public mask and the private monster was a source of profound shock and continues to be a central point of fascination and study in the case. His compulsion to control the narrative, even after his confession, also offered psychological insights. His initial attempt to blame Shanann for the girls' deaths was a desperate maneuver to mitigate his own culpability, to present himself as a reactive victim rather than a premeditated killer. This desperate need to control how his story was perceived, even in the face of overwhelming evidence, underscored a deeply self-centered and narcissistic core. It suggested that even after committing the most egregious crimes, his primary concern remained the preservation of his own image and the minimization of his responsibility. The enigma of Chris Watts's psychology continues to be a central, unsettling element of this tragic story, forcing a difficult examination of the depths of human depravity. The unsettling psychological detachment of Chris Watts was further compounded by his profound ability to wear a mask of normalcy. To the casual observer, to his neighbors, and even to many of his colleagues, Chris Watts was utterly unremarkable. He was the epitome of the quiet, unassuming man. Polite, reserved, and seemingly content in his routine life. This outward presentation was so convincing that it allowed him to operate with a chilling level of deception, concealing the darkness that festered beneath the surface until it erupted in unimaginable violence. In their Frederick, Colorado neighborhood, Chris was known as the quiet husband who kept to himself. Neighbors recalled him as friendly enough, but not overly outgoing. He would wave, offer a polite nod, but rarely engaged in lengthy conversations. He was the kind of person who blended into the background, raising no red flags. This anonymity was, in retrospect, a crucial part of his ability to conceal his double life. No one suspected that behind the closed doors of their suburban home, this seemingly harmless man harbored such destructive desires. His calm demeanor and lack of overt eccentricities made him appear entirely trustworthy, the last person one would ever suspect of such horrific crimes. At his workplace, Anadarko Petroleum, Chris Watts cultivated a similar image. He was a dedicated employee, reliable and diligent in his duties. Colleagues remembered him as quiet and focused, someone who got his work done without drama. He wasn't known for emotional outbursts or for displaying any unusual stress, even as his personal life began to unravel. This professional facade allowed him to seamlessly pursue his affair with Nicole Kessinger, presenting himself as a single man, desperate for a new beginning, without any suspicion from those around him in his professional sphere. The very environment where he committed the ultimate act of disposal was a place where he was seen as just another ordinary worker. Perhaps most unsettling was Chris Watts's portrayal as the doting dad in Shanann's vibrant social media posts. Shanann, ever the enthusiast for documenting their family life, frequently shared photos and videos of Chris interacting with their daughters Bella and Celeste. These images depicted a seemingly loving father, engaged and affectionate, playing with his girls, giving them hugs, and participating in family activities. This public projection of a happy, devoted family man made his later actions all the more shocking. It highlighted the devastating reality that the carefully curated image of a perfect family can be a profound deception, masking a sinister truth. The concept of masking in criminal psychology refers to the ability of individuals, often those with antisocial or narcissistic tendencies, to mimic normal social behavior while lacking genuine empathy or remorse. Chris Watts perfected this mask. He could convincingly play the part of the concerned husband on television, perform the duties of a responsible employee, and embody the loving father in family photos, all while harboring the intent to murder his family. This chilling capacity for deception allowed him to move through his life undetected, underscoring the terrifying reality that true darkness can reside behind the most unassuming and normal of exteriors. The mask of normalcy, meticulously maintained by Chris Watts, ultimately served as a terrifying prelude to the unthinkable crimes he would commit. Beyond the chilling facade of normalcy, deeper psychological currents seemed to govern Chris Watts's actions, currents that hinted at a profound need for control and characteristics often associated with narcissistic tendencies. While no formal diagnosis was publicly made during the legal proceedings, the patterns of his behavior, his manipulation, his lack of empathy, and his self-serving narrative resonated strongly with traits commonly observed in such profiles. The driving force behind his unspeakable crimes appeared to be an overwhelming desire to dictate his own life, a desire so intense that it led him to eliminate anyone he perceived as an obstacle. A core tenet of narcissistic behavior is a pervasive pattern of grandiosity, a need for admiration, and a profound lack of empathy. While Chris Watts might not have displayed overt grandiosity, his actions certainly demonstrated a powerful sense of entitlement, the belief that he deserved a life free from marital and familial obligations, regardless of the devastating cost to others. His complete disregard for Shanann's feelings, her pregnancy, and the lives of his children, all in pursuit of his own perceived happiness, underscored this extreme self-centeredness. He saw his family not as individuals with inherent worth, but as hindrances to his personal gratification. The concept of control emerged as a critical element in understanding Chris Watts's descent into murder. His marriage to Shanann, despite its outward appearance, was experiencing significant strain. Shanann, a vibrant and assertive personality, often took the lead in family decisions, managed their finances, and was the primary breadwinner through her direct sales business. For a man who harbored a hidden desire for autonomy, this dynamic might have fostered a simmering resentment. When Shanann confronted him about his affair and his desire for separation, threatening to take the children, Chris may have perceived this as the ultimate loss of control, not just over his future, but over the terms of his perceived freedom. In narcissistic psychology, a perceived threat to control or a narcissistic injury, a blow to their self-esteem or sense of superiority, can trigger extreme reactions. Chris's confession, where he claimed Shanann threatened to take the children, can be viewed through this lens. Rather than engaging in a difficult, messy, and potentially financially damaging divorce, which would have forced him to relinquish control and confront uncomfortable truths, he chose a path of absolute dominance. Murder, in his distorted view, offered the ultimate swift solution to regain complete control over his circumstances, eliminating all perceived obstacles in one brutal stroke. Furthermore, his consistent efforts to manipulate the narrative, first by feigning innocence, then by blaming Shanann for the girls' deaths, showcased a deep-seated need to control public perception and minimize his own culpability. Even after confessing, elements of his story were designed to paint him in a less monstrous light, highlighting a desperate attempt to maintain some semblance of a favorable image, even to himself. This pervasive need for control, coupled with an alarming lack of empathy for his victims, formed a chilling psychological blueprint for the unfathomable crimes Chris Watts committed. His actions were not random acts of violence, but the calculated outcome of a man consumed by a selfish desire for autonomy, willing to sacrifice everything and everyone to achieve it. In the tragic saga of the Watts family, Shanann Watts's prolific online presence stands as a poignant and often heartbreaking counterpoint to the devastating reality. For years, her Facebook page was a vibrant digital canvas, meticulously painted with images and videos of a life seemingly overflowing with joy, love, and aspiration. She cultivated an image of the perfect family, a beautiful wife, a loving husband, 2 adorable daughters, and a successful career. This online world, rich with smiles and heartfelt declarations, became a powerful and enduring symbol of the illusion that Chris Watts so brutally shattered. Shanann was an energetic and ambitious woman who had built a significant following as a promoter for Thrive by Lavelle, a multi-level marketing company selling health and wellness products. Her social media was her primary professional platform, a vital tool for recruitment and sales. Her posts were an intricate blend of personal milestones and professional encouragement. Photos of family vacations, birthday celebrations, and everyday moments of laughter with Bella and Celeste were seamlessly interwoven with motivational messages about financial freedom, positive thinking, and the transformative power of her products. She was, in essence, selling not just a product, but a lifestyle, an idealized vision of health, happiness, and familial bliss. This constant performance of perfection was deeply ingrained in Shanann's online persona. Every family photo seemed to capture a moment of unadulterated happiness. Chris smiling, holding the girls, Shanann radiant, often with a baby bump in later pictures. Bella and Celeste, always playful and effervescent. Her videos often featured her speaking directly to the camera, enthusiastic and articulate, sharing her journey, her struggles, and her triumphs. She spoke frequently of her amazing husband and her beautiful girls, projecting an image of unwavering domestic harmony that resonated with her followers and friends. The effect of this carefully curated online world was powerful. To those outside the immediate family, and even to some within it, the Watts family appeared to be living the American dream. They were financially comfortable, despite underlying struggles, living in a beautiful home, and seemingly deeply in love. Shanann's posts served as a public testament to her dedication to her family and her aspirations for their future. They were a source of inspiration for her Thrive team members and a source of quiet admiration for friends and acquaintances. No one looking at her social media feed would have ever suspected the profound discord, deception, and ultimately the unimaginable violence festering beneath this gleaming surface. In retrospect, Shanann's online world takes on a tragic irony. The very platform she used to celebrate her family and build her dreams now stands as a stark, heart-wrenching contrast to their brutal end. It highlights the often stark difference between a public image and private reality. Her meticulously documented life became a digital footprint of a tragedy waiting to unfold, a testament to the illusion that ultimately crumbled, leaving behind a profound sense of shock and betrayal for all who had observed her seemingly perfect family from afar. The perfect family illusion was, sadly, just that, an illusion maintained even as the foundations of her life were being systematically dismantled by the man she so proudly featured in her posts. While Shanann Watts meticulously curated a vibrant image of a perfect family online, behind the scenes, her private communications painted a starkly different and increasingly distressing picture. The cheerful posts and inspirational messages belied a growing undercurrent of marital discord, a widening chasm between her and Chris that she desperately tried to bridge. Through her text messages, recorded phone calls with friends and family, and personal journal entries that later became public, Shanann's perspective revealed the painful truth of a marriage in steep decline, even as she fought valiantly to save it. In the weeks and months leading up to her murder, Shanann's messages revealed her increasing concern over Chris's behavior. She confided in close friends and her mother, Cindy Rzucheks, about his growing emotional distance. The man who had once been her attentive, loving husband had become withdrawn, cold, and aloof. She complained of a significant decline in intimacy, detailing how Chris would avoid her touch, dismiss her affection, and show little interest in their physical relationship. This sudden emotional and physical withdrawal deeply pained Shanann, leaving her feeling isolated and confused. She often questioned what she might be doing wrong, desperately seeking ways to rekindle the spark that seemed to have vanished. Shanann's communications frequently documented their arguments, which became more frequent and intense. These weren't just petty squabbles. They were often about fundamental issues within their marriage, including Chris's growing desire for separation. Shanann's messages expressed her shock and heartbreak over his sudden demands to end their marriage, especially given her pregnancy with their third child. She struggled to comprehend his abrupt change of heart, clinging to the belief that they could work through their problems and restore their family. Her words conveyed a sense of desperation, a woman fighting fiercely for the future she believed they still had. During her final trip to Arizona with the girls, Shanann's fears escalated. Her text exchanges with Chris during this period became increasingly tense. She documented his coldness, his refusal to discuss their issues meaningfully, and his repeated assertions that he no longer wanted to be married. She told friends that Chris seemed like a completely different person, almost as if he had been replaced. These communications painted a vivid picture of a woman in profound emotional distress, trying to understand why the man she loved was abandoning her, seemingly without explanation or remorse. She often questioned his fidelity, directly asking him if there was someone else, a suspicion Chris vehemently denied, adding another layer of cruel deception to his behavior. The private communications from Shanann Watts offer a heartbreaking window into the reality of her marriage, a stark contrast to the perfect image she projected to the world. They reveal a woman who was deeply in love, deeply committed to her family, and desperately trying to understand and save a relationship that was, unbeknownst to her, already being systematically dismantled by the man she shared her life with. Her pain, her confusion, and her persistent efforts to mend the cracks in her facade stand as a poignant testament to the tragedy that would soon unfold, highlighting the hidden suffering behind the smiles. Even as Chris Watts mentally checked out of their marriage, retreating into a world of deceit and a new affair, Shanann Watts fought with all her might to save it. Her desperate efforts, meticulously documented in her private texts and phone calls, revealed a woman deeply invested in her family and unwilling to let her marriage crumble without a fight. Unbeknownst to her, she was battling an invisible enemy, Chris's predetermined path to escape, rather than a partner willing to work through marital problems. One of Shanann's most visible attempts to reconnect with Chris involved a well-known self-help book, The Love Dare. This book, popularized by the movie Fireproof, encourages couples to undertake daily dares aimed at strengthening their relationship through acts of love, communication, and selflessness. Shanann bought the book, encouraging Chris to read it with her, hoping its principles would help them reconnect emotionally and physically. Her efforts to engage him in this shared endeavor highlight her profound belief in reconciliation and her proactive approach to fixing what she perceived as their marital issues. She was seeking tools, guidance, and a path forward, while Chris was already plotting his exit. Shanann also pushed for professional help. She suggested marriage counseling, believing that a third-party mediator could help them communicate more effectively and address the root causes of Chris's sudden withdrawal. Chris, however, was highly resistant to this idea, offering excuses and avoiding genuine engagement. His reluctance was, in hindsight, a clear indicator of his unwillingness to genuinely work on the marriage. Counseling would have forced him to confront his lies and his affair, something he desperately wished to conceal. Shanann's persistence, despite his stonewalling, underscored her commitment to their vows. Beyond formal interventions, Shanann also tried to rekindle their intimacy and connection through more personal means. Her messages to Chris expressed her yearning for his affection, her sadness over their declining physical relationship, and her desire to feel loved and wanted. She sent him heartfelt messages, expressing her feelings and reminding him of their shared history and dreams. She cooked his favorite meals, tried to initiate conversations, and continuously sought validation and reassurance from him, unaware that his emotional distance was not a symptom of general marital woes, but a deliberate act of detachment. Even during her final trip to Arizona, when Chris's coldness became almost unbearable, Shanann continued her desperate attempts. She sent him messages detailing her pain, questioning his loyalty, and pleading with him to be honest. She recorded conversations, hoping to capture the truth of their deteriorating dynamic, perhaps as a record for future counseling, or simply to process her own confusion. Her persistent efforts, her unwavering faith in their relationship, even as Chris pulled further and further away, painted a tragic portrait of a wife fighting to save her family from a man who had already decided their fate. Shanann Watts's desperate struggle stands as a poignant testament to her enduring love and her fierce determination, starkly contrasting with the calculated cruelty of the man who ultimately extinguished her hopes and her life. Behind the shimmering facade of the Watts family's online perfection lay a persistent and often crushing reality: significant financial strain. While Shanann's social media presented a life of abundant opportunity and burgeoning success through her direct sales business, the truth was far more precarious. Money problems had plagued Chris and Shanann for years, casting a long shadow over their aspirations and contributing significantly to the underlying tensions within their marriage. This financial burden, a constant source of stress, was a stark contrast to the carefree image they projected and undoubtedly played a role in Chris Watts's growing desire for an escape. The most glaring indicator of their financial woes was their bankruptcy filing in 2015. This was a drastic measure taken to alleviate overwhelming debt, largely stemming from credit card balances and student loans. While bankruptcy can offer a fresh start, it also leaves a lasting mark, often limiting access to credit and creating a heightened sense of financial vulnerability. For Chris and Shanann, who had purchased a relatively expensive home in Frederick, Colorado, shortly before their bankruptcy, this meant living with the constant pressure of mortgage payments and the lingering burden of past financial mismanagement. Despite Shanann's tireless efforts to build her Thrive business, the income it generated, while often significant, was not always consistent enough to offset their substantial expenses and past debts. Direct sales by nature can be cyclical, relying heavily on recruitment and sustained effort. Shanann poured enormous energy into her work, often traveling for company events and consistently posting online, driven by a genuine belief in the products and the promise of financial freedom. However, the pressure to maintain a certain lifestyle, coupled with the inherent fluctuations of an MLM income, likely created ongoing stress that Chris, in particular, seemed to struggle with. Chris's income from Anadarko Petroleum, while stable, was not enough on its own to comfortably support their family of 4, soon to be 5. Shanann had been the primary earner for periods, and the financial responsibilities often fell heavily on her shoulders. This dynamic, where Shanann was the more driven and financially ambitious partner, may have contributed to a subtle shift in marital power dynamics that Chris, with his underlying need for control, found unsettling. He may have felt emasculated or resentful of the pressure to keep up with a lifestyle he perceived as being driven by Shanann's aspirations. In Shanann's private communications, concerns about money often surfaced. While she publicly championed financial freedom, Her personal messages revealed worries about bills, debt, and the constant need to generate income. This financial stress was a recurring point of contention in their arguments, adding another layer of friction to a relationship already strained by Chris's emotional withdrawal and later his infidelity. The burden of debt and the constant struggle to make ends meet likely chipped away at the foundation of their marriage, making Chris's fantasy of a simpler life, unencumbered by financial worries or familial obligations, all the more alluring. The pursuit of this selfish freedom, fueled in part by financial pressure, ultimately led to his horrific actions. The summer of 2018 marked a period of escalating tension in the Watts household, culminating in Shanann's final trip with her daughters to Arizona, a journey that would tragically precede her murder. What should have been a joyful visit with her parents and family became, for Shanann, a period of growing anxiety and desperate pleas for answers from Chris. This separation served to intensify the cracks in their marriage, highlighting Chris's rapidly growing emotional detachment and his accelerating path towards betrayal. Shanann traveled to Arizona with Bella and Celeste in June, staying with her parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, for several weeks. This extended visit was not unusual for her, as she often found comfort and support from her family. However, this trip was different. From afar, Shanann acutely felt Chris's emotional withdrawal. Their conversations grew sparse, his responses became increasingly cold, and he seemed to actively avoid engaging with her about their relationship problems. This stark change in his behavior, especially after Shanann had learned of his desire for separation, caused her immense distress. Throughout her time in Arizona, Shanann confided extensively in her mother and close friends. Her text messages from this period reveal a woman heartbroken and bewildered by her husband's sudden transformation. She repeatedly expressed confusion over his coldness, his refusal to discuss their issues, and his insistence on a separation. She documented her pain, her longing for his affection, and her desperate desire for him to fight for their marriage, particularly with a third child on the way. She sent him heartfelt messages, pleading with him to reconnect, to remember the love they once shared, and to commit to working on their relationship. One of the most telling pieces of evidence from this period were Shanann's messages detailing Chris's outright refusal to engage in intimacy. She confided in friends that he would push her away, avoid her touch, and make excuses to sleep in a different room. This profound physical and emotional distance was a stark alarm bell for Shanann, as intimacy had always been a significant part of their connection. His coldness in this regard, coupled with his evasive communication, made her suspect infidelity, a fear she directly vocalized to Chris, who consistently denied it, adding another layer of cruel deception. The mounting tension culminated in Shanann cutting her trip to Arizona short. Despite her plans to stay longer, her emotional distress over Chris's behavior became unbearable. She wanted to return home, to confront him face to face, to understand why the man she loved had become so distant and cruel. Her flight back to Colorado on August 13th, 2018, was not a reunion filled with anticipation and love, but one laden with anxiety and a desperate hope for reconciliation. It was a journey into the unknown, a final attempt to salvage her family, tragically unaware that she was flying directly into the path of Chris Watts's ultimate betrayal. Her arrival home that night would set in motion the final horrific sequence of events. While Shanann Watts desperately fought to salvage her marriage, Chris Watts was embarking on a chilling internal journey, one marked by increasing emotional detachment and a quiet, insidious planning. His behavior underwent subtle yet profound changes in the weeks and months leading up to August 13th, 2018. These shifts, noted by Shanann and later by investigators, were not merely signs of a waning marriage, but rather indicators of a man deliberately disengaging from his family and psychologically preparing himself for the unimaginable acts he would soon commit. One of the most striking changes was Chris's sudden and intense focus on his physical appearance. He began spending significant time at the gym, meticulously tracking his diet and transforming his physique. While physical fitness is generally positive, for Chris, this pursuit seemed to coincide directly with the blossoming of his affair with Nicole Kessinger. It was an outward manifestation of his desire for a new identity, a new man for a new life. This self-improvement, however, came at the expense of his family, as time spent on himself was time taken away from his wife and children. Shanann expressed confusion and even resentment over his newfound dedication to the gym, unaware it was fueling a destructive path. Accompanying his physical transformation was a profound emotional withdrawal from Shanann. As she documented in her messages, Chris became cold, distant, and unresponsive. He ceased engaging in intimate conversations, avoided physical affection, and seemed uninterested in their shared future. This deliberate emotional shutdown was a cruel form of psychological premeditation. By emotionally severing ties with Shanann and their children, Chris was systematically dehumanizing them in his mind, making it easier to see them as obstacles rather than beloved family members. This detachment allowed him to rationalize his abhorrent desires and reduce his family to mere problems to be solved. His disinterest extended to family activities. The doting dad persona, so prevalent in Shanann's social media, began to fray in their private life. While he still appeared in photos, his engagement often seemed forced or minimal. He became increasingly evasive when Shanann attempted to discuss their marital issues, shutting down conversations with vague statements or outright avoidance. He stonewalled her attempts at reconciliation, refusing counseling and dismissing her pleas for honesty. This refusal to communicate or work on the marriage was not merely passive neglect. It was an active step in his planning, isolating Shanann and solidifying his resolve to escape. These behavioral changes were more than just symptoms of a troubled marriage. They were the subtle yet undeniable signs of Chris Watts preparing himself for his ultimate betrayal. The physical transformation, the emotional disengagement, and the methodical stonewalling of Shanann's efforts all contributed to a psychological landscape ripe for his horrific actions. He was building a wall between himself and his family, systematically dismantling his own capacity for empathy and creating a mental space where the unthinkable could become not just possible, but the perceived only solution. This quiet, internal shift laid the insidious groundwork for the monstrous crimes he would commit, shocking a world that only saw the mask of normalcy. The catalyst that irrevocably pushed Chris Watts down the path of destruction was his affair with Nicole Kessinger. What began as a workplace romance quickly escalated, becoming an all-consuming obsession that dictated his actions and solidified his horrifying plan to escape his family. The intensity of this new relationship directly correlated with the rapid deterioration of his marriage and his increasingly calculated steps towards eliminating all obstacles to his perceived freedom. Chris met Nicole Kessinger in early June 2018 at Anadarko Petroleum, where they both worked. Their connection was immediate, and their relationship swiftly became intimate. Kessinger was unaware of Chris's true marital status. He meticulously crafted a narrative that he was separated from his wife, living in a separate residence, and in the advanced stages of divorce. He spun elaborate tales, claiming his divorce was almost finalized, that he had even signed papers, and that his children were being cared for by another family. These were not casual falsehoods, but carefully constructed deceptions, designed to manipulate Kessinger and to accelerate his envisioned future with her. As his feelings for Kessinger intensified, so too did his active disengagement from Shanann. The emotional distance Shanann observed was a direct consequence of Chris's attention being entirely redirected. He became increasingly cold and indifferent to Shanann's pleas for reconciliation, her attempts at intimacy, and her concerns about their struggling marriage. Every conversation about their problems was met with a brick wall of evasiveness or outright denial, as he had already mentally and emotionally moved on. This deliberate shutting down of communication was a crucial part of his planning. He needed to create distance, both physical and emotional, to justify his ultimate betrayal. Evidence of his calculated planning became clearer as the affair progressed. Beyond his internet searches for methods of murder and body disposal, his actions displayed a man systematically preparing for a new life. He was actively planning future trips with Kessinger, discussing moving in together, and even talking about starting a family with her. This vision of a life completely unburdened by his existing family responsibilities became his sole focus. Shanann and the children were no longer individuals with lives and feelings, but rather problems that needed to be permanently removed to achieve his desired outcome. Chris Watts's escalating affair was not merely a symptom of a troubled marriage. It was the direct engine of his murderous plot. It provided him with a perceived motive, a clear alternative future, and the impetus to take irreversible action. His deception of Nicole Kessinger was as profound as his betrayal of Shanann and the girls, demonstrating a chilling capacity for manipulation and an utter lack of moral compass. The deeper he fell into his illicit relationship, the more concrete his plan to dispose of his old life became, leading him irrevocably towards the unspeakable acts of August 13th, 2018. The final days leading up to August 13th, 2018 were a grim countdown, a period marked by escalating tension in the Watts home and a chilling transformation within Chris. As Shanann remained in Arizona with her parents and the girls, desperately trying to salvage her marriage through texts and phone calls, Chris was solidifying his monstrous plan. While Shanann yearned for reconciliation, Chris was methodically preparing for an unfathomable act of destruction, driven by his burgeoning obsession with a new life. Shanann's communications from Arizona painted a heartbreaking picture of her distress. She pleaded with Chris to engage, to discuss their problems, to fight for their family. Her texts were filled with anguish over his growing emotional distance, his evasive answers, and his persistent claims that he no longer wanted to be married. She documented her suspicions about his infidelity, a fear that Chris consistently denied with calculated lies. Shanann's messages during this period were a desperate cry for honesty and connection, a stark contrast to the cold, decisive mindset Chris was cultivating. Meanwhile, Chris Watts continued his life as if nothing was amiss, all while his sinister intentions solidified. His work schedule at Anadarko Petroleum remained consistent. He maintained his regimen of intense workouts, a pursuit that seemed to symbolize his desire to shed his old identity. But beneath this surface of normalcy, his digital footprint revealed his dark premeditation. The internet searches for phrases like men who murder their families, previously flagged by investigators, took on an even more chilling significance in these final days. They were not random curiosities, but research, a horrifying exploration of the path he was about to take. His frequent communications with Nickel Kessinger further fueled his resolve, cementing his fantasy of a life free from his existing family. The emotional gulf between Chris and Shanann grew wider with every passing hour. Shanann's attempts to reach out were met with an increasingly cold and unresponsive Chris. He had psychologically detached himself from his family, viewing them not as loved ones, but as obstacles to his perceived happiness. His interactions with her became purely transactional, devoid of warmth or genuine concern. This deliberate emotional shutdown was a final, cruel act of dehumanization, making it easier for him to rationalize the unthinkable. As August 13th dawned, the day Shanann was due to return from Arizona, Chris Watts was seemingly alone in the house, perhaps contemplating the final moments of his deception. The details of his activities in the hours leading up to Shanann's arrival, whether he was awake, restless, or attempting to project an image of sleep, remain largely inferred. But what is clear is that he was preparing. The house, which had once been a home filled with family and laughter, was about to become a scene of unimaginable horror. The unsettling calm that pervaded those final moments before Shanann stepped through the door, tired but hopeful, would forever be etched into the chilling timeline of the Watts family murders, marking the definitive prelude to his ultimate betrayal. While Chris Watts's confession to investigators on August 16th, 2018, was a crucial breakthrough, providing the grim answers to the whereabouts of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, it was far from the complete truth. His initial account, delivered with chilling composure, was a calculated attempt to mitigate his guilt, to present himself as a reactive victim rather than a cold-blooded, premeditated killer. The gaps and distortions in this first confession would later be painstakingly exposed, revealing the full extent of his depravity and the insidious nature of his ongoing deception. The most egregious and shocking lie in Chris's initial confession was his attempt to blame Shanann for the deaths of their daughters. He claimed that after he strangled Shanann in a fit of rage provoked by her threat to leave and take the children, he witnessed Shanann actively smothering Bella and Celeste. In this version of events, he portrayed himself as reacting to Shanann's perceived murderous act, then disposing of all three bodies in a panic. This grotesque narrative was a desperate maneuver to shift the blame for the most abhorrent aspect of his crimes, the murder of his own children, onto his already deceased wife. It was an act of ultimate betrayal, desecrating Shanann's memory even in death. This crucial distortion served multiple purposes for Chris. Firstly, it aimed to reduce his own culpability for the murders of his children, a crime universally condemned. By painting Shanann as the killer of their daughters, he hoped to elicit a degree of sympathy or understanding, framing his subsequent actions as a desperate reaction rather than a premeditated act. Secondly, it allowed him to maintain a thin veneer of humanity, suggesting that he was capable of reacting to a monstrous act rather than initiating one. This narrative, however, quickly fell apart under the weight of forensic evidence and further investigation, which conclusively showed Chris was the sole perpetrator of all three murders. Investigators, despite obtaining the confession, were keenly aware of its inconsistencies and the self-serving nature of Chris's story. They recognized the telltale signs of a killer attempting to control the narrative, to lessen the perceived severity of his actions. They understood that individuals who commit such crimes often try to distance themselves emotionally and morally from the most heinous parts of their deeds. While the confession provided the critical information needed to recover the bodies and secure a guilty plea, the detectives knew there was more to the story, a full truth that Chris was still holding back. The existence of these significant gaps in his initial confession highlighted Chris Watts's continued psychological manipulation, even after his capture. It demonstrated that his capacity for deceit extended beyond merely denying his crimes. He was willing to invent a fabricated reality to minimize his own monstrousness. The full, unvarnished truth about the events of August 13th, particularly the precise details of his daughter's deaths, would only emerge later, not through the initial police interrogation, but through chilling prison interviews where Chris Watts, with no remaining hope for freedom, finally recounted the complete, agonizing truth of his crimes, forever removing any doubt about his singular, terrifying responsibility. While the Watts family tragedy reverberated globally, its deepest and most enduring scars were etched upon the small, close-knit community of Frederick, Colorado. This once quiet town, previously known for its steady growth and family-friendly atmosphere, was irrevocably changed by the unfathomable crimes committed within its borders. The initial shock and disbelief quickly morphed into a profound collective grief, a sense of betrayal and a lingering unease that settled over the very streets where Shanann, Bella, and Celeste had lived and played. In the immediate aftermath of Shanann and the girls' disappearance, Frederick rallied together with an outpouring of hope and concern. Neighbors volunteered for search parties, displayed ribbons of support, and shared Shanann's photos on social media, all united in the fervent hope for their safe return. This collective effort underscored the strong community bonds. However, this hope was brutally shattered when Chris Watts confessed. The transition from rallying support for a missing family to realizing their quiet neighbor was a triple murderer sent a ripple of disbelief and horror through every household. It was a profound violation of trust, forcing residents to reevaluate their perceptions of safety and the true nature of those living next door. The Watts family home on Saratoga Trail became a grim focal point. What was once just another house in a suburban cul-de-sac transformed into a chilling landmark of tragedy. For months and even years, flowers, teddy bears, and messages of remembrance adorned the front yard, a spontaneous memorial erected by grieving neighbors and strangers alike. These tributes were not just for the victims, but also an expression of the community's shared pain, a desperate attempt to reclaim some sense of solace and to assert that love, not evil, would have the final say. The impact on daily life in Frederick was palpable. Parents held their children a little tighter. Neighbors looked at each other with a new, perhaps involuntary scrutiny. The sense of innocence that often defines small-town life was irrevocably lost. Schools where Bella would have attended, playgrounds where the girls had laughed, and local businesses where Shanann was a familiar face, all carried the weight of the tragedy. The vibrant fabric of community life was touched by sorrow, and the Watts murders became an inescapable part of Frederick's identity, a dark chapter that would forever be remembered. Beyond the immediate grief, the case sparked deeper conversations within Frederick about domestic violence, mental health, and the hidden struggles within seemingly perfect families. It forced a raw introspection, encouraging vigilance and open communication. The community mourned not just the loss of 3 lives, but also the loss of their own sense of security and the simple trust that had once defined their interactions. The enduring grief in Frederick was a silent testament to the lives extinguished, a constant reminder of the fragility of happiness and the incomprehensible darkness that can emerge from the most unexpected places. It was a wound that, even with time, would continue to ache, forever binding the town to the tragic memory of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. While the Watts family murders inflicted profound and lasting pain on the community of Frederick, Colorado, the horrific details of the case quickly resonated far beyond its quiet streets, captivating and repelling audiences across the globe. From the moment Chris Watts delivered his televised plea for his family's return to the chilling revelation of his confession and subsequent sentencing, the story became a global phenomenon, etching itself into the collective consciousness as a definitive and deeply disturbing benchmark in true crime. The immediate global media explosion was unprecedented for a case of this nature. News outlets from every continent picked up the story, dissecting every detail, every tear, and every lie. The live streams of press conferences, the analysis of body camera footage, and the continuous updates from Frederick created an immersive and immediate narrative that drew millions in. This sustained, intense coverage was fueled by the universal shock at the brutality of the crime, combined with the perpetrator's unsettlingly normal demeanor. The role of social media in amplifying the Watts case cannot be overstated. Platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and Reddit became virtual crime scenes, where internet sleuths meticulously analyzed Shanann's old posts, dissected Chris's televised interviews, and debated every theory. This democratized investigation, while sometimes veering into speculation, demonstrated the profound human desire to understand the incomprehensible. Shannan's own extensive online presence, meant to portray a perfect life, ironically provided a wealth of material that allowed the public to feel a deeply personal connection to the victims, making their tragic end all the more heartbreaking. The case's enduring fascination stems from several chilling themes that resonated deeply with audiences worldwide. The stark contrast between the perfect family illusion and the brutal reality of Chris Watts's actions laid bare the terrifying truth that evil can reside behind the most unassuming facades. It shattered the illusion of safety within the home, forcing a global conversation about hidden dangers, domestic violence, and the profound capacity for betrayal. The concept of filicide, a parent killing their own children, is universally abhorrent, and Chris Watts's cold-blooded actions forced humanity to confront one of its darkest taboos. The Watts case quickly became a subject of intense scrutiny in the true crime genre. It spawned countless documentaries, podcasts, books, and analytical videos, each attempting to unravel the why behind Chris Watts's actions. Psychologists, criminologists, and legal experts routinely reference the case in their discussions of narcissistic personality traits, coercive control, and the chilling behavior of quiet killers. It provided a stark, real-world example for examining the complex interplay of financial stress, infidelity, and deeply rooted psychological issues that can culminate in unimaginable violence. Ultimately, the global legacy of the Chris Watts case is one of profound tragedy and enduring questions. It serves as a haunting cautionary tale, a stark reminder that appearances can be deceiving and that the greatest threats can sometimes come from the most unexpected places. It solidified its place in true crime history, not just for its horrific details, but for its unique ability to strip away the veneer of normalcy and reveal the terrifying darkness that can lurk within the human heart, leaving a lasting impact on how society perceives and discusses domestic violence and family annihilation. Even with Chris Watts securely behind bars, serving multiple life sentences, a profound sense of unease and a multitude of unanswered questions continued to linger over the Watts family murders. While the legal system had delivered its verdict and Shanann's family had found a form of closure, the public and even investigators felt that the complete, unvarnished truth had yet to fully emerge from the depths of Chris Watts's twisted psyche. His initial confession, marred by self-serving omissions and grotesque blame-shifting, left critical gaps in the narrative, particularly concerning the exact sequence of events and the chilling depth of his premeditation. The primary unanswered question for many was the definitive why. Chris had offered a motive centered on his affair and a desire for a new life, but for a crime of such unspeakable brutality against his own children, this explanation felt insufficient, almost too simplistic. Was there a deeper psychological flaw, a more sinister intent, or a hidden history of abuse that truly drove him to such extremes? The flat effect he displayed during his confession and in court left observers searching for a more comprehensive understanding of his internal world, a motivation that could reconcile the apparent normalcy of his life with the horrific reality of his actions. The public's insatiable desire for truth, fueled by the shocking nature of the crime, meant that the story of Chris Watts did not end with his sentencing. Despite his incarceration, speculation and analysis continued. True crime enthusiasts, psychologists, and journalists continued to dissect every publicly available detail, trying to piece together the full picture of what happened in the Watts home on August 13, 2018. There was a pervasive feeling that Chris Watts, the ultimate manipulator, was still holding back, that the whole story, particularly the most gruesome and calculated elements, remained hidden behind his stoic silence. It was this lingering thirst for truth, coupled with persistent efforts by investigators and members of Shanann's family, that would eventually lead to a surprising development. While Chris Watts was settling into his new life in prison, far from the public eye, authorities continued to probe, hoping to extract every last detail of his crimes. They sought to understand not just what he did, but how he could have brought himself to do it, to piece together the full mental and emotional trajectory of a man who annihilated his family. This relentless pursuit of the truth would eventually pay off. In a series of subsequent interviews conducted within the confines of his prison cell, Chris Watts would, astonishingly, provide a far more detailed and horrifying account of the murders. These prison confessions, distinct from his initial police interrogation, would finally fill in many of the critical gaps, reveal the extent of his calculated planning, and expose the full, chilling reality of his monstrous acts. These later revelations would offer an unprecedented, albeit terrifying, window into the mind of a family annihilator, providing the final, agonizing pieces to the puzzle of the Watts family tragedy. This pivotal moment would serve as the focus for the next chapter of our story, offering a complete, unvarnished truth that the initial legal proceedings could not fully convey. Even after Chris Watts was sentenced to multiple life terms without parole, the silence surrounding the full truth of his monstrous acts continued to haunt investigators, the victim's family, and a captivated public. While his guilty plea had provided legal finality, the why and the granular how of the murders remained shrouded in the self-serving narrative he had initially offered. His first confession, delivered during the August interrogation, was a calculated attempt to mitigate his guilt, particularly concerning the deaths of his daughters. It lacked the chilling, unvarnished detail that could truly convey the scale of his depravity. For Shanann's parents, Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, and her brother Frankie Jr., knowing Chris Watts was incarcerated was a form of justice, but it wasn't the whole picture. They were tormented by the incomplete details, by the thought that their daughter and grandchildren's final moments were still obscured by Chris's lies. They yearned for every piece of the truth, not for vengeance, but for comprehension, for a complete understanding of the nightmare their loved ones had endured. This persistent desire for answers to fully expose the darkness of Chris Watts fueled a critical next step in the investigation. Recognizing these lingering questions, and with a commitment to providing the fullest possible account of the tragedy, investigators from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, and the Weld County Sheriff's Office decided to pursue further interviews with Chris Watts. These would not be hurried interrogations aimed at securing a confession, but rather methodical discussions designed to extract the complete, unvarnished truth from a man who now had nothing left to lose. The goal was to fully understand the timeline, the precise sequence of events, and Chris's true mental state during those horrific hours. The pivotal interviews took place on February 18, 2019, approximately 3 months after his sentencing, within the confines of a maximum security prison in Wisconsin, where Chris Watts had been transferred for his own safety. The setting was stark, a sterile prison room, devoid of distractions, designed for stark conversation. The atmosphere was controlled yet different from the initial interrogation. Chris Watts was no longer fighting for his freedom. He was already condemned. This fundamental shift in his circumstances arguably opened the door for a more complete revelation. Why did Chris Watts agree to speak further, to confess the full horror of his actions? The motivations of individuals like him are complex. With no hope of release, some might seek a form of morbid understanding, a chance to explain themselves however twisted their logic. Others might be driven by a desire for control over the narrative, even if that narrative is one of unspeakable evil. For Chris, it might have been a combination of these factors. The crushing weight of isolation, the persistent prodding by investigators who refused to let him off the hook, and perhaps a fragmented, deeply buried need to finally unburden himself, even if the truth was far more monstrous than anyone had imagined. These prison interviews would prove to be the critical turning point, finally providing the agonizing details that would shock the world anew and forever seal the terrifying legacy of Christopher Watts. When Chris Watts appeared for his February 2019 prison interviews, his outward presentation had undeniably changed, yet in many ways it remained disturbingly consistent. Stripped of the public's gaze and the need to maintain a charade of innocence, He was no longer the distraught husband who pleaded on television, nor the stoic, downcast figure in court. He was simply inmate Christopher Watts, serving multiple life sentences. His physical appearance reflected the harsh realities of incarceration. His head was shaved, his body perhaps slightly softer or more gaunt, depending on the period of his imprisonment. Dressed in standard prison attire, the last vestiges of his former life had been physically erased. Despite these external changes, Chris's core demeanor remained chillingly familiar. He was still remarkably calm, composed, and quiet. There were no outbursts of anger, no visible signs of profound distress, and critically no tears of remorse even as he began to recount the most agonizing details of his crimes. This emotional flatness, which had perplexed and repelled observers from the very beginning, continued to be his most unsettling characteristic. It was a composure so profound it bordered on robotic, a stark contrast to the raw emotion expected from someone discussing the murder of his own family. His interactions with the investigators, CBI agent Tammy Lee, FBI agent Graham Coder, and other law enforcement personnel, were notably cooperative. He spoke in a measured tone, answering questions directly, often with a matter-of-fact detachment. This willingness to engage, now that his fate was sealed, allowed for a deeper exploration of his actions and motivations. He wasn't resisting or denying, but rather methodically recounting. This shift from evasion to cooperation was a crucial element in obtaining the fuller confession, as he seemingly had nothing left to lose by revealing the truth. The context of these prison interviews was profoundly different from his initial interrogation. In August 2018, he was still fighting for his freedom, attempting to manipulate the narrative and playing a desperate game of denial. Now, in February 2019, he was already condemned. The psychological burden of maintaining the lies for external validation was gone. This shift allowed for a different kind of truth to emerge, one driven not by a need to escape punishment, but perhaps by a twisted form of intellectual honesty, or even a morbid desire to control his own narrative for posterity. He was no longer trying to convince anyone of his innocence, but rather laying out the full, agonizing details of his guilt. The unsettling nature of his composure during these interviews, even as he described smothering his children, left an indelible mark on the investigators. To hear such horrific acts recounted with such dispassionate clarity was deeply disturbing. It underscored the profound psychological chasm between Chris Watts and typical human emotion. His demeanor behind bars served as a chilling confirmation of the remorseless killer lurking beneath the veneer of normalcy, a man who, even when confronted with the full extent of his depravity, remained unnervingly calm. This composure was not a sign of strength or peace, but rather a chilling testament to his profound detachment and the terrifying reality of his chosen path. Securing a guilty plea from Chris Watts was a triumph for the prosecution, but for the investigators, and particularly for the Rzucheks family, the story remained frustratingly incomplete. Chris's initial confession was riddled with inconsistencies and self-serving omissions, most notably his grotesque attempt to blame Shanann for the girls' deaths. To obtain the unvarnished truth, the approach had to shift dramatically. No longer was it an interrogation aimed at conviction, but a patient, strategic effort to unravel the final layers of deception. The core of this strategy rested on building a peculiar form of rapport with Chris Watts, even in the chilling context of his incarceration. Investigators, particularly CBI agent Tammy Lee and FBI agent Graham Coder, adopted a non-confrontational, almost conversational tone. They were not there to accuse or to judge, but to listen. Their goal was to create an environment where Chris felt he could finally speak freely, believing he had nothing left to lose, and perhaps even a twisted sense of relief in unburdening himself. This required immense patience and a psychological resilience to sit with a confessed family annihilator and engage him on his own terms. The investigator started by discussing his daily life in prison, his routine, and his adjustment to incarceration. This seemingly innocuous conversation served to ease him into the interview, to break down his psychological defenses. They allowed him to speak without immediate interruption, letting him feel heard. Over hours, and potentially across multiple sessions, they gradually steered the conversation towards the events of August 13th, approaching the sensitive topics with a measured pace, probing gently rather than aggressively. They focused on the minute details, the logistics, the feelings he experienced, or claimed to experience, slowly chipping away at the remaining lies. Crucially, Chris Watts was no longer under the immediate pressure of an impending trial. His fate was sealed. He knew he would never leave prison. This removal of legal jeopardy was a powerful psychological lever. With nothing to gain from continued denial and everything to lose from a conscience that, however distorted, might still be seeking some form of resolution, he became more amenable to revealing the full scope of his actions. The investigators understood that for certain personality types, the act of confessing, even to the most heinous crimes, can offer a perverse sense of control or release, a final narrative shaping. The breakthrough came gradually. As the investigators patiently listened and asked targeted questions, Chris Watts began to fill in the gaps, often with an unnerving matter-of-fact tone. He started to confirm what they had suspected, his detailed premeditation, the specific agonizing details of how he murdered Bella and Celeste, and the cold, calculated steps he took to dispose of their bodies. The patient, methodical approach of these seasoned professionals ultimately succeeded where initial interrogation tactics, aimed at obtaining a quick confession, had fallen short of extracting the complete, horrifying truth. These prison interviews would, for the first time, allow the world to hear the full story from the killer's own lips, revealing a level of depravity that surpassed even the darkest public imagination. While Chris Watts had admitted to strangling Shanann in his initial confession, that account was deliberately vague, framed as a reaction to her supposed killing of the girls. In the sterile environment of his prison interview, with no hope of freedom and under the patient, persistent questioning of investigators, the full, unvarnished horror of Shanann's last moments finally emerged. This detailed confession painted a chilling picture of calculated intent, far removed from any notion of spontaneous rage. Chris recounted that on the morning of August 13, 2018, Shanann returned from her business trip around 1:48 a.m. A heated argument quickly erupted. Shanann had confronted him directly about his affair and his desire for separation, having already noticed his profound emotional withdrawal. She stated that she knew about his affair and that she wanted a divorce, adding that he would never see the children again. In Chris's twisted narrative, this perceived threat to his children's custody, a threat he later admitted was fabricated, was the trigger for his ultimate act. He then described how, in their bedroom, he began to strangle her. This was not a quick, impulsive act born of blind fury, but a sustained, deliberate application of force. Shanann, pregnant with their third child, fought for her life with desperate intensity. She kicked, struggled, and bit his finger, leaving a distinct mark that would later corroborate his confession. Her resistance was a heartbreaking testament to her will to survive, even as her life was being brutally extinguished by the man who had vowed to protect her. Chris chillingly detailed the agonizing duration of the act. He estimated that it took between 4 to 6 minutes for Shanann to succumb. During this prolonged period, he felt no discernible remorse or panic. Instead, his account suggested a cold determination to see the act through to its completion. He described watching her eyes roll back, her body eventually going limp, and the horrifying sensation of life leaving her. This explicit timeline shattered any illusion of a crime committed in a momentary fit of passion, solidifying the terrifying premeditation of her murder. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this revelation was Chris Watts's psychological state as he recounted these details. His voice remained flat, his demeanor detached, devoid of any visible anguish or regret. There were no tears, no signs of a man tormented by the memory of taking his wife's life. He spoke of it with a chilling, almost clinical precision, as if describing a task completed. This profound absence of emotion in recounting Shanann's desperate struggle underscored the terrifying emptiness within him, a void where empathy and love should have been, confirming the depth of his psychopathy. The full confession of Shanann's murder, delivered with such dispassionate clarity from his prison cell, removed any lingering doubt about the cold, deliberate nature of his initial act. It exposed the true extent of his betrayal, revealing Shanann's final moments as a fight for survival against her husband. This agonizing truth then set the stage for the even more unfathomable horrors he would reveal about his daughters, completing the horrifying narrative of family annihilation. While Chris Watts's initial confession included the admission of strangling Shanann, the details were vague, shrouded in a self-serving narrative of rage and reaction to her supposed threat. It was in the chilling, unhurried confines of the prison interview room that Chris Watts finally laid bare the full, horrifying truth of Shanann's last moments, revealing a calculated brutality that eclipsed even the most harrowing initial assumptions. This detailed confession painted a picture not of spontaneous rage, but of cold, determined intent. Chris recounted how, after Shanann confronted him about his affair and his demand for separation, an argument escalated. He claimed she told him he would never see the children again, a statement that, in his distorted view, pushed him to the edge. It was then, in their bedroom, that he began to strangle her. Unlike his earlier attempts to paint it as an out-of-control act, his detailed confession revealed a terrifyingly methodical process. He described the act not as a brief burst of anger, but as a sustained, deliberate application of force. He chillingly detailed how Shanann fought back. She kicked, struggled, and resisted against his immense strength. She bit his finger, leaving a clear mark that would later serve as critical evidence confirming the struggle. Chris recounted how her eyes eventually rolled back and how her body went limp. He estimated the strangulation lasted between 4 to 6 minutes, a prolonged period of conscious, deliberate action, not a fleeting moment of unbridled fury. This time frame shattered any illusion of a sudden, impulsive act, solidifying the premeditated nature of her murder. Perhaps most disturbing was Chris Watts's recounting of his psychological state during this agonizing process. He spoke of it with an unnerving detachment, a chilling absence of the emotional turmoil one would expect. There was no mention of overwhelming panic, no breakdown, no visible sign of regret as he described taking the life of his pregnant wife. Instead, his account suggested a cold determination to achieve his objective, the elimination of the problem that stood in the way of his desired new life. This stark lack of emotion in recounting Shanann's final struggle underscored the profound emptiness within him, a void where empathy and love should have been. The revelation of these precise details was agonizing for Shanann's family and for the public. To learn that Shanann had fought so desperately to hear about her struggle and her biting him brought a new level of visceral horror to the tragedy. It confirmed that she was aware of what was happening, that her last moments were filled with terror and betrayal at the hands of the man who had promised to cherish her. Chris Watts's full confession of Shanann's murder, delivered with such dispassionate clarity from his prison cell, removed any lingering doubt about the cold, deliberate nature of his initial act, setting the stage for the even more unfathomable horrors he would then reveal about his daughters. The horror of Shanann Watts's murder in their bedroom was quickly followed by an even more chilling sequence of events, as Chris Watts, with a disturbing sense of calm, began to execute the next phases of his grotesque plan. In the immediate aftermath of taking his pregnant wife's life, his psychological state remained detached, cold, and utterly devoid of panic. He was not a man consumed by remorse, but rather a man driven by a singular, horrifying purpose to erase all traces of his former life. After Shanann lay lifeless, Chris's focus immediately shifted to logistics. He retrieved a bedsheet and wrapped her body, meticulously preparing it for transport. There was no hesitation, no frantic fumbling. His actions were methodical, suggesting a mind already conditioned to the task. It was at this critical juncture, while he was attempting to conceal his first victim, that the unimaginable nightmare escalated with the sudden appearance of his daughters. Bella, the inquisitive and intuitive 5-year-old, woke up. She had likely been disturbed by the commotion in her parents' bedroom, or simply by the early morning hour. She walked into the master bedroom, and in a moment of pure, heart-wrenching innocence, asked her father, "What's wrong with Mommy?" The sight of her mother, motionless and wrapped in a sheet, should have shattered any semblance of Chris's composure. Instead, he maintained his terrifying facade, lying to his eldest daughter, telling her that Mommy is sick. He instructed her to go back to bed, displaying a chilling capacity for deception even to his own child. Soon after, Celeste, the sweet 3-year-old, also woke up. She too likely sensed the disturbance or was simply drawn by the sounds. Chris led both girls to the truck, where Shanann's body was already being loaded. His decision to take the girls with him, rather than leave them safely at home, was a critical turning point that defied any logical explanation. It revealed an ultimate monstrous intent that extended beyond Shanann. He later claimed in prison that he couldn't leave them with Shanann's body, a twisted justification that only underscored his depravity. The image of Chris Watts calmly interacting with his innocent daughters, who were likely sleepy and confused as he prepared to transport their murdered mother, is one of the most agonizing details of the entire case. He was the picture of chilling control, carrying out his plan with a disturbing efficiency. There was no visible struggle or panic on his part, only a cold determination. He loaded Shanann's body into the back of his work truck, then secured his 2 small, unsuspecting daughters in the back seat, strapping them into their car seats for what they believed was a routine trip, but what was, in fact, their final journey. The immediate aftermath in the house laid bare the terrifying reality of Chris Watts, a man utterly devoid of conscience, capable of executing the most heinous acts with a chilling, detached calm. The drive from the Watts family home in Frederick to the remote Anadarko oil site was perhaps the most chilling leg of Chris Watts's monstrous plan. In the pre-dawn hours of August 13th, 2018, with Shanann's wrapped body already loaded into the back of his work truck, Chris strapped his two innocent daughters, Bella and Celeste, into their car seats in the back seat. What to them was a routine early morning drive with Daddy was, in reality, a terrifying journey to their deaths. A betrayal so profound it defied human comprehension. As the truck moved through the quiet, awakening streets, a terrifying silence must have filled the cab, punctuated only by the innocent sounds of two small children. Chris Watts later recounted fragments of this journey in his prison confessions. He claimed that Bella and Celeste were largely quiet, perhaps still groggy from being woken so early. He described them singing quietly, their voices a haunting counterpoint to the macabre cargo and the dark intent of their father. This detail of their innocent singing as he drove them to their doom underscored the unfathomable depths of his cruelty and detachment. The journey itself was a brutal act of psychological torture. Chris Watts was driving not only the body of his murdered wife, but also his still living children, whom he already intended to kill. Every mile traversed, every turn of the wheel, brought them closer to their horrific fate. The profound irony was lost on no one. Chris Watts, whose job involved working at these very oil fields, was now using his professional access to facilitate the unspeakable. The familiar landscape of his daily commute was transformed into a landscape of ultimate betrayal. Investigators found the details of this drive particularly disturbing. How could a father sit calmly, listening to his children sing, knowing that he was moments away from extinguishing their lives? Chris Watts's account from prison offered no true emotional insight into his state during this period. He described his actions with the same chilling detachment he applied to the murder of Shanann. There was no confession of panic, no breakdown of conscience, only a methodical progression towards his predetermined goal. This chilling composure, during such an inherently agonizing journey, spoke volumes about his profound lack of empathy and the terrifying success of his psychological dissociation. For Shanann's family, learning the specifics of this drive was an additional layer of torment. To imagine Bella and Celeste, awake and trusting, being driven by their father to a desolate place where their lives would be cruelly taken, added an unbearable dimension to their grief. The image of those innocent faces in the rearview mirror, unaware of the horror unfolding, became a permanent, agonizing part of their understanding of the tragedy. The drive to the oil field was not just a physical journey for Chris Watts. It was a descent into an abyss of unimaginable evil, a testament to his chilling capacity to execute his horrifying plan with unwavering resolve. Upon arriving at the desolate Anadarko oil site, Chris Watts commenced the final, most unspeakable phase of his plan. With Shanann's body already in the back of his truck, his attention turned to his two living daughters. It was here, in the quiet, desolate expanse of the oil field, that he committed the acts that would forever solidify his place as one of the most reviled murderers in recent history. And it was Bella, his intelligent and spirited 5-year-old, who was forced to confront the horror of her father's ultimate betrayal. In his chilling prison confessions, Chris Watts recounted the agonizing details of Bella's murder. He removed her from the truck, likely to a spot near the oil tanks. Unlike her younger sister, Celeste, Bella was acutely aware of what was happening. She was awake, she was conscious, and she resisted her father's monstrous intentions. Her final moments were filled with terror and a desperate struggle for survival. Chris described how Bella pleaded with him, her innocent voice cutting through the silence of the remote field. She cried out, "Daddy, no!" Her words, filled with fear and confusion, were the last coherent sounds she made to the man who was meant to protect her. She fought back, using her small body to push against her father, attempting to escape his grasp. Her resistance was a heartbreaking testament to her will to live, a desperate effort to fight against the unimaginable. The method Chris used to end Bella's life was smothering. He confessed to using his own hands or a blanket to suffocate her. The act was prolonged, not a sudden event. He recounted how her struggle continued, how her pleas eventually faded, and how her small body finally went limp. This agonizing detail, that Bella was actively aware and fought against her father as he took her life, stands as one of the most profoundly disturbing revelations of the entire case. It shattered any lingering illusions that the children were simply unconscious or unaware during their final moments. Chris Watts recounted these unspeakable details with the same chilling detachment that defined his earlier confessions. There was no apparent anguish, no visible sign of the torment that such a memory should evoke. His voice remained flat, his demeanor calm, as he described smothering his own daughter while she pleaded for her life. This cold, robotic retelling underscored the terrifying psychological void within him, a complete absence of empathy or remorse for the child he had murdered. For investigators, and for the public, Bella's last plea, "Daddy, no," became the most haunting echo of the entire tragedy. It crystallized the unimaginable betrayal and the profound horror inflicted upon an innocent child by the very person who was supposed to be her safe harbor. This agonizing detail solidified Chris Watts's guilt beyond any doubt, and forever cemented the true, monstrous nature of his crimes, revealing a level of calculated cruelty that few could ever truly comprehend. Following the unimaginable horror of Bella's murder, Chris Watts turned his attention to his younger daughter, Celeste. The details of Celeste's death, as recounted by her father in the desolate prison interview room, completed the horrifying tableau of family annihilation. While Bella's final moments were marked by desperate resistance, Celeste's end was characterized by a terrifying quietness, a profound innocence tragically extinguished by the very hand meant to protect her. Chris Watts confessed that after smothering Bella, he placed her body on the ground near the oil tanks. His focus then shifted to 3-year-old Celeste. Whether she was still in the truck, or if he had already brought her out, the specifics of her precise location in those moments are less clear than the agonizing certainty of her fate. What is known, from Chris's own words, is that he then proceeded to murder Celeste. Celeste, being younger and perhaps less aware of the immediate threat than Bella, did not exhibit the same desperate struggle. Chris recounted how she remained largely quiet, perhaps confused, as he smothered her. He used a similar method, suffocating her with his hands or possibly a blanket. The absence of a fierce fight, the quiet resignation of a 3-year-old in the face of absolute betrayal, painted an even more chilling picture of vulnerability and powerlessness. Her small, innocent life was extinguished without the desperate pleas that marked her sister's final moments. The profound tragedy of Celeste's death lies in her age and utter helplessness. She was a child of pure innocence, utterly dependent on her father for safety and love. Her quiet passing at his hands in a remote and desolate location underscored the chilling depths of Chris Watts's depravity. He performed the act not as a panicked father, but as a cold, determined executioner, focused solely on the completion of his monstrous plan. Throughout his detailed recounting of Celeste's murder, Chris Watts maintained the same unnerving emotional detachment that characterized his entire confession. There was no visible sign of anguish, no breakdown, no apparent remorse for taking the life of his youngest daughter. He spoke of the act with a clinical, almost robotic tone, as if detailing a mundane task rather than the murder of his own child. This chilling composure, even when describing the extinguishment of such pure innocence, underscored the terrifying reality of his psychological state. The murder of Celeste Watts marked the completion of Chris's unthinkable crime. He had systematically eliminated his entire family, his pregnant wife, his lively 5-year-old, and his quiet 3-year-old. The confession of Celeste's tragic end, delivered with such dispassionate clarity from his prison cell, solidified the comprehensive nature of his evil. It left no doubt that Chris Watts was solely responsible for the annihilation of his family, removing any lingering questions about culpability and forever sealing the terrifying truth of his actions. The completion of these two horrifying acts then led him to the final, chilling step of his meticulously planned disposal. Having extinguished the lives of his wife and 2 daughters, Chris Watts proceeded with the final, most gruesome phase of his plan, the methodical disposal of their bodies at the remote Anadarko oil site. In his prison confessions, he provided chilling, step-by-step details of these acts, painting a picture of cold, calculated precision that underscored the complete dehumanization of his family. His actions were not those of a panicked killer, but of a man executing a preconceived plan with chilling efficiency. Chris first focused on his daughters, Bella and Celeste. He confessed to carrying their small bodies to the large crude oil tanks on the site. These were not water tanks, but vats containing thick, dark, noxious crude oil, highly corrosive and designed to store petroleum products. The opening at the top of these tanks was relatively small, forcing him to maneuver the bodies through a narrow aperture. He described pushing Bella's body through the hatch first, then Celeste's, into the dark, viscous liquid below. The act of forcing his children into the oil, knowing they would sink and dissolve, revealed an unparalleled level of callousness. It was an act of ultimate desecration, an attempt to obliterate their very existence. After disposing of his daughters in the oil tanks, Chris then turned his attention to Shanann's body. He dragged her remains, still wrapped in the bedsheet, to a location approximately 100 yards away from the tanks. There, he dug a shallow grave by hand, using a shovel he had brought or found on site. He buried her in the earth, covering her with dirt. This final act of concealment, burying his pregnant wife in a desolate field, completed the physical eradication of his family, an attempt to wipe away all traces of the life he had so brutally cast aside. Throughout these horrifying acts of disposal, Chris Watts maintained the same unnerving composure that characterized his entire confession. He spoke of the physical exertion involved, The weight of the bodies, the effort of pushing them through the tank hatches, the digging of the grave, but without a flicker of emotional distress. His voice remained flat, his narrative purely descriptive, as if recounting a mundane chore rather than the disposal of his murdered family. This chilling detachment emphasized his profound psychological state, a complete disconnect from the monstrous reality of his actions. The meticulous details of the disposal, as revealed in his prison confessions, were particularly agonizing for Shanann's family. To learn precisely how their beloved Bella and Celeste were forced into the oil tanks and how Shanann was buried in a shallow grave added an unbearable layer of suffering to their grief. It left no room for doubt about the extent of Chris Watts's depravity and his calculated intent to destroy every vestige of his family. The crude oil tanks, symbols of his work, became the final horrific resting place for his innocent daughters, cementing the indelible image of his monstrous betrayal. The methodical nature of the disposal underscored that his actions were not impulsive, but the chilling culmination of a meticulously planned act of annihilation. The horrifying details revealed in Chris Watts's prison confessions did more than just recount the moments of murder and disposal. They laid bare the chilling depth of his premeditation and the meticulously orchestrated cover-up that followed. His actions, both before and after the murders, demonstrated a calculated resolve, dismantling any lingering notion that his crimes were merely a spontaneous act of rage. Chris Watts was not just a killer, but a master deceiver who had carefully plotted his escape from his family, viewing them as obstacles to be removed. His increasing emotional detachment from Shanann, the sudden surge in his physical fitness, and the intense focus on his affair were all, in retrospect, subtle yet undeniable precursors to his ultimate plan. While he never explicitly stated a precise date he decided to kill them, his actions painted a clear picture of a man steadily progressing towards family annihilation. The internet searches for methods of murder and body disposal, previously seen as isolated incidents, now took on their true, terrifying meaning. They were research, part of his premeditated scheme to achieve his desired freedom. The very method of disposal, placing the girls in the oil tanks and Shanann in a shallow grave at his workplace, demonstrated forethought, leveraging his access and knowledge of the remote site. Immediately following the disposal of his family at the Anadarko oil field, Chris Watts embarked on an elaborate and chillingly effective cover-up. He returned to work, calmly continuing his shift as if nothing untoward had happened. This ability to resume normal activities after committing such atrocities spoke volumes about his profound psychological detachment. He then initiated the fabricated missing persons report, calling police and feigning concern for his missing wife and daughters. His performance during these initial hours and days was a masterpiece of deception, designed to mislead investigators and elicit public sympathy. His lies were meticulously crafted and delivered with unwavering conviction. He spun a narrative of Shanann having taken the girls and left after an argument, a story designed to deflect suspicion and sow doubt. His televised plea, broadcast to millions, was a particularly chilling display of his manipulative prowess. With tearless eyes and a trembling voice, he appealed for his family's return, a performance that convinced many and delayed the inevitable discovery of his monstrous acts. He even texted Shanann, creating a false trail of communication, maintaining the illusion that she was still alive and possibly in contact with him. Furthermore, his cover-up extended to the disposal of evidence. While not detailed in public confessions, it's understood he tried to eliminate traces that could incriminate him. His attempts to deflect suspicion by claiming Shanann was the culprit for the girl's deaths, even after confessing to strangling her, further underscored his deep-seated need to control the narrative and minimize his own culpability. Every action Chris Watts took, from the moments leading up to the murders to his initial public appearances, was a cold, calculated act of premeditation and deceit, revealing a chilling capacity for manipulation that truly shocked the world. These revelations from prison solidified the image of Chris Watts not as a man who snapped, but as a cunning, cold-blooded killer. Having committed the unspeakable acts at the Anadarko oil field, Chris Watts returned to his seemingly ordinary life, embarking on a meticulous and chillingly effective cover-up. The revelations from his prison confessions underscored the calculated nature of his deception, proving him not just a killer, but a master manipulator who spun a web of lies to conceal his monstrous deeds. Every action he took in the crucial hours and days after the murders was a deliberate performance, designed to deflect suspicion and maintain his fabricated narrative of a distraught husband and father. Immediately after disposing of his family's bodies, Chris returned home and then proceeded to his job at Anadarko Petroleum as if nothing had happened. This act of normalcy, going to work just hours after annihilating his family, was the first chilling testament to his psychological detachment. He worked his shift, interacting with colleagues, presenting the facade of a man going about his routine. This ability to compartmentalize and perform under such extreme circumstances hinted at a deeply disturbed psyche, capable of separating emotion from action with unnerving ease. The true test of his manipulative prowess began when Shanann's friend, Nicole Atkinson, arrived at the Watts home, concerned after Shanann missed an important appointment. Chris met her with a fabricated story. Shanann had taken the girls and left after an argument in the early hours. His demeanor was calm, almost too calm, as he relayed this tale. When police arrived for a welfare check, Chris continued his performance, inviting them into the house, feigning concern, and allowing them to search, all while knowing the horrific truth he was concealing. He even helped by looking for Shanann's phone and wallet, items he knew were not in the house. The most infamous display of his manipulative genius came during his televised appeal for his family's return. Standing before cameras, Chris Watts delivered a performance that captivated and, for a time, convinced millions. With a seemingly trembling voice and downcast eyes, he pleaded for Shanann and the girls to come home, directly addressing them and articulating the heartache of a missing family. His body language was carefully controlled, no tears, but a visible struggle for composure. His words were chosen to evoke sympathy and reinforce his fabricated narrative. This chilling performance was lauded by some as genuine emotion, but for others, it felt unsettlingly inauthentic, a feeling later confirmed by his full confession. Throughout this period, Chris also maintained his elaborate lies to Nicole Kessinger, his mistress. He continued to assure her that his divorce was proceeding, that his family was out of his life, and that their future together was clear. His ability to sustain this dual life, juggling the demands of a murder investigation, a public performance of grief, and a burgeoning romantic relationship, showcased an extraordinary capacity for deception and a terrifying lack of conscience. Every text message he sent, every call he took, Every interaction he had was a calculated step in his desperate, yet initially effective, cover-up. The master manipulator had played his role to perfection, but the truth, as revealed in his prison confessions, would ultimately strip away every layer of his elaborate deceit. For seasoned law enforcement professionals, accustomed to confronting the darkest aspects of human behavior, the Chris Watts case presented a unique and profoundly disturbing challenge. While they had secured a conviction, the full, unvarnished truth of the murders remained largely concealed. It was during the February 2019 prison interviews that investigators like CBI agent Tammy Lee and FBI agent Graham Coder finally heard the complete, agonizing narrative from Chris Watts himself. The experience of sitting across from the man who had murdered his family, listening to his dispassionate recounting of such heinous acts, left an indelible mark. The primary impact was the sheer weight of the details. Unlike his initial evasive confession, Chris Watts in prison laid bare the step-by-step reality of his crimes: Shanann's struggle, Bella's desperate pleas, and Celeste's quiet, tragic end. Hearing these precise actions directly from the perpetrator added a new layer of visceral horror that even experienced investigators found difficult to process. They were no longer dealing with inferences or fragmented evidence. They were receiving a first-hand account of ultimate betrayal and depravity, articulated with chilling clarity. Agent Tammy Lee, in particular, was praised for her methodical and empathetic approach, which ultimately encouraged Chris to speak. Yet this very proximity to the confession came at a profound personal cost. To listen to a father describe smothering his daughters while they cried out for him, to hear the clinical details of their disposal, tested the limits of professional detachment. The emotional burden of holding such horrific truths, knowing the immense suffering endured by the victims, was immense. Investigators often build a protective barrier around themselves, but some cases, particularly those involving children, pierce through that defense. The continued absence of genuine emotion from Chris Watts throughout these revelations was another deeply unsettling factor. As he recounted the most gruesome details, his voice remained flat, his demeanor calm, devoid of any discernible remorse or distress. This chilling composure was a constant reminder of the profound psychological chasm that separated him from the human emotions of grief, guilt, or regret. For the investigators, this lack of empathy was perhaps as disturbing as the crimes themselves, signaling a level of coldness that transcended typical criminal psychology. It solidified their understanding that they were dealing with a deeply disturbed individual, capable of unspeakable acts without apparent compunction. Despite the emotional toll, there was a grim satisfaction in finally obtaining the full truth. For the investigators, knowing every agonizing detail meant that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste's stories could be fully told. It meant that Chris Watts' attempts to manipulate the narrative were finally and definitively exposed. This comprehensive confession eliminated all lingering doubts about his sole culpability and the meticulous nature of his crimes, providing a definitive record for posterity. While the truth was horrifying, it was the truth, and that provided a form of justice for the victims and their grieving family. The impact on these investigators, however, was a lifelong burden, a testament to the shadows they walk through in pursuit of justice. When the details of Chris Watts' prison confessions were finally released to the public, the world collectively recoiled in a renewed wave of shock and unadulterated horror. Already deeply disturbed by the initial events and sentencing, audiences around the globe were now confronted with a level of depravity that surpassed even the darkest imaginings. The meticulously recounted horrors from Chris's own lips extinguished any lingering flicker of doubt or sympathy, cementing his image as one of the most profoundly evil figures in modern true crime. The details that elicited the most widespread and visceral reaction were, without question, those concerning the murders of Bella and Celeste. Hearing Chris recount Bella's desperate plea of "Daddy, no," as he smothered her, and the tragic quietness of 3-year-old Celeste's final moments sent shivers down the spines of millions. These agonizing specifics shattered the last remnants of public composure, transforming an already horrific narrative into something truly unspeakable. The deliberate act of a father extinguishing his own children's lives, with their conscious awareness and pleas, tapped into a primal fear and outrage that transcended cultural boundaries. Equally horrifying were the details of the body disposal. The clinical description of forcing his daughter's small bodies through the narrow hatches of crude oil tanks, and Shanann's burial in a shallow grave. This methodical, dehumanizing process revealed a chilling calculation that defied any notion of a moment of rage. It painted a picture of a man utterly devoid of conscience, meticulously executing a plan to erase his family's existence. The public reacted with profound disgust, condemning the cold precision with which he desecrated the very lives he had created. The release of these full confessions had a profound impact on public perception of the case. Any lingering questions about Chris Watts's sole culpability, or whether there were any mitigating factors, were definitively answered. The narrative became unequivocally clear. Chris Watts was a premeditated, remorseless killer. His earlier attempts to blame Shanann, to portray himself as a victim, were now fully exposed as grotesque lies, further fueling public contempt. The public's initial confusion and disbelief shifted to absolute condemnation, cementing his status as one of the most universally reviled individuals. Social media platforms, already a central arena for discussing the case, erupted with renewed fury. Discussions moved from speculation to outright condemnation as users expressed their horror, sorrow, and outrage. News channels and true crime commentators across the globe analyzed every sentence of his confession, attempting to grapple with the depths of his evil. The Chris Watts case, with these added layers of chilling detail, became a central case study for understanding the psychology of family annihilators and the terrifying reality of hidden violence within seemingly normal homes. The full confession, while agonizing, provided a terrifying completeness, allowing the public to understand the full scope of the tragedy, even if true comprehension remained elusive. It served as a final, definitive testament to the monstrous acts of Christopher Watts. With the chilling details of Chris Watts's prison confessions laid bare, the public finally possessed the complete, agonizing truth of how Shanann, Bella, and Celeste were murdered. The meticulous account of strangulation, the desperate pleas, the quiet suffocations, and the ultimate disposal in the dark, viscous oil tanks painted a horrifying picture of a premeditated family annihilation. The what and the how were now definitively known, stripping away all of Chris Watts's initial lies, and leaving no doubt about his singular, monstrous culpability. Yet, even with this terrifying clarity, the deepest and most fundamental question continued to loom, forever beyond reach, the profound and disturbing why. Despite Chris Watts offering motives, his affair, his desire for a new life, the perceived obstacles his family represented, these explanations felt woefully inadequate to comprehend the scale of his evil. How could a seemingly normal husband and father, celebrated in family photos and described as quiet and unassuming, transition so seamlessly to a remorseless killer of his own children? The prison confessions, while explicit in their details, offered little genuine insight into the psychological chasm that allowed him to commit such acts. His continued flat affect, his dispassionate recounting of horrific violence, and his apparent lack of true remorse indicated a mind operating on a different plane of existence, one where empathy and human connection held no sway. For psychologists and criminologists, the Watts case remains a complex and disturbing study. It defies easy categorization, challenging conventional understandings of violent crime. Chris Watts did not fit the typical profile of a domestic abuser with a history of violence, nor did he display overt signs of severe mental illness that might explain such a break from reality. He was, by all outward appearances, a quiet killer, a terrifying reminder that monstrous capabilities can reside within the most ordinary exteriors. The truth revealed was agonizing, but the fundamental understanding of how such a transformation occurs in a seemingly normal individual continued to elude absolute comprehension. The impact of this revealed truth extended far beyond the immediate shock. For Shanann's family, receiving these details brought an agonizing, visceral closure, knowing every detail of their loved one's final moments, even if it meant confronting unimaginable pain. For the investigators who painstakingly extracted these confessions, it was a grim victory, providing the ultimate factual clarity but leaving them to grapple with the profound evil they had witnessed. For the public, the case became a chilling benchmark, forever shaping discussions about domestic violence, the vulnerability of children, and the terrifying secrets that can be hidden behind closed doors. Ultimately, the Chris Watts case stands as a stark testament to a truth revealed, but never truly understood. We know precisely what he did, and a superficial explanation for why he did it. But the deeper, terrifying why, how a human being can descend into such cold-blooded, calculated depravity against his own flesh and blood, remains an enduring mystery, a haunting question that continues to echo in the collective consciousness. It serves as a permanent reminder that some evils, once exposed, defy rational explanation, leaving only the profound weight of their horrific reality. The legal chapter may have closed, but the ripple effects of Chris Watts's unspeakable acts continue to reverberate, requiring ongoing vigilance and remembrance of the lives so brutally taken. For Frank and Cindy Rzucheks, Shanann's parents, and their son Frankie Jr., the days following Chris Watts's sentencing offered a fragile, incomplete sense of closure. Their torment, however, persisted, gnawing at them with the nagging uncertainty of not knowing the full truth. Chris's initial confession had been a manipulative, self-serving narrative, leaving critical details about Shanann's final struggle and the agonizing deaths of Bella and Celeste shrouded in his lies. Their longing for every piece of the puzzle, however horrifying, was a desperate attempt to honor their lost loved ones and to truly comprehend the monstrous betrayal that had ripped their family apart. It was this profound yearning that led them to the most agonizing moment of their grief journey, confronting Chris Watts's unvarnished prison confessions. They chose to hear every detail, no matter how excruciating, believing it was a necessary step to truly understand the depth of the evil that had claimed their daughter and granddaughters. The decision itself was an act of immense courage, preparing themselves to absorb a level of horror that few could ever imagine. The impact of hearing Chris recount, in chilling detail, Shanann's struggle, her biting his finger, and the agonizing minutes it took for her life to be extinguished, was devastating. It brought a visceral reality to her final moments, a stark contrast to the vague account he had initially provided. For a mother to hear how her daughter fought for her life against the man she loved, for a father to know his daughter faced such terror, added an unbearable layer of pain to their already immense grief. But the true gut-wrenching horror emerged with Chris's descriptions of Bella and Celeste's murders. Hearing about Bella's desperate pleas of, "Daddy, no," and her valiant struggle against her father, then the heartbreaking account of Celeste's quiet, submissive end, plunged the Rzucheks into an abyss of despair. These were not just facts. These were the last terrifying moments of their beloved grandchildren, recounted with a cold detachment that amplified the cruelty. The knowledge that Bella was aware, that she fought, and that Celeste was helpless in her innocence was an emotional blow that would forever haunt them. The details of the disposal, the girls being forced into the dark, corrosive oil tanks, and Shanann buried in a shallow grave, completed the horrifying picture. It cemented the realization that Chris Watts was not a man who snapped, but a calculated, methodical killer, utterly devoid of conscience. This comprehensive truth, while desired, came at an unimaginable cost. It didn't lessen their pain. It deepened it, adding layers of specific agony to their grief. Yet, amidst the profound despair, there was also a stark clarity. The full confession removed all lingering doubts about Chris Watts's singular culpability and the utter evil of his actions. It allowed the Rzucheks to fully confront the reality of the man who had infiltrated their lives, destroyed their family, and then attempted to hide his crimes with callous lies. This terrible truth, however agonizing, became a foundation upon which they would attempt to build their path forward, dedicating their lives to honoring Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, and ensuring their story serves as a warning against the hidden darkness that can reside within seemingly normal lives. In the wake of unimaginable tragedy, Shanann Watts's mother, Cindy Rzuchek, emerged as a beacon of strength and a tireless advocate for her daughter and granddaughters. Far from retreating into private grief, Cindy chose a path of public advocacy, determined to ensure that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste would be remembered not as victims of a horrific crime, but as vibrant lives full of light, and that their story would serve as a crucial warning to others. Her mission became to keep their memory alive and to actively counter any narrative that sought to diminish Chris Watts's culpability or Shanann's integrity. From the very beginning, Cindy Rzuchek was a vocal and unwavering presence. She stood by her son, Frankie Jr., and her husband, Frank, providing mutual support through the darkest days. But her public statements, often delivered with raw emotion yet remarkable composure, resonated deeply. She spoke not just as a grieving mother, but as a woman determined to expose the full extent of Chris Watts's depravity and to ensure that her daughter's true character was never overshadowed by his lies. Cindy's advocacy extended to directly addressing the issues highlighted by her family's tragedy. She spoke passionately about the insidious nature of emotional manipulation and control within relationships, urging others to recognize the subtle red flags that can precede overt violence. She became a poignant voice for victims of domestic violence, emphasizing that abuse does not always leave physical scars, and that the most dangerous perpetrators can wear a mask of normalcy, just as Chris Watts had. Her message was clear. Pay attention, listen to your instincts, and seek help if you or someone you know is in a troubled relationship. Her commitment to truth was unwavering. Cindy Rzucheks actively supported and cooperated with law enforcement, even after Chris's conviction, particularly in encouraging the in-prison interviews that finally brought the full, agonizing details to light. She understood that while knowing the complete horror would inflict fresh wounds, it was essential for full accountability and for truly honoring her family. She steadfastly refused to allow Chris Watts to control the narrative, ensuring that his attempts to blame Shanann or mitigate his guilt were met with the unvarnished facts. Cindy Rzucheks' mission is not just about recounting the past. It's about building a future where such tragedies might be prevented. Through her continued public presence, her support for victims' causes, and her willingness to share her unbearable pain, she transforms personal anguish into a powerful force for good. Her enduring strength in the face of such profound loss is a testament to the love she holds for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. In every interview, every memorial, every moment of advocacy, Cindy Rzucheks embodies a mother's fierce dedication, ensuring that her family's story continues to resonate, not just as a cautionary tale, but as a poignant reminder of the precious lives that were lost and the enduring love that refuses to let them be forgotten. For the Rzucheks family, Frank, Cindy, and Frankie Jr., the devastating loss of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste was not an event to be merely processed, but a permanent wound that forever altered the landscape of their lives. Their journey of healing is a testament to the enduring power of love and remembrance in the face of unspeakable evil. It is a long, arduous path marked by waves of grief, but also by a fierce determination to keep the memories of their cherished loved ones alive and vibrant. Grief, particularly of this magnitude, is not linear. For the Rzucheks, every holiday, every birthday, every family gathering is a poignant reminder of the 3 empty chairs at their table. They navigate these milestones with immense courage, often sharing their raw emotions publicly, allowing others to witness the true, unvarnished pain of their loss. This vulnerability, paradoxically, has become a source of strength for many who follow their journey, offering a glimpse into the human capacity for endurance in the face of unimaginable sorrow. Central to their healing process is the active remembrance of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. They have created tangible tributes to their lives, memorial gardens, public plaques, and dedicated spaces in their home filled with photos and cherished mementos. These acts are not merely about mourning. They are about celebrating the joy and light that Shanann, Bella, and Celeste brought into the world. Cindy and Frankie Jr. frequently share heartfelt posts on social media, remembering birthdays, anniversaries, and ordinary moments, ensuring that the girls' laughter and Shanann's vibrant spirit are never forgotten. These digital memorials have become powerful sources of connection for a global community of supporters. Beyond physical tributes, the Rzucheks' remembrance is deeply emotional and spiritual. Their faith has played a significant role in providing comfort and a framework for understanding their loss. They speak of finding strength in prayer and believing in a reunion beyond this life. This spiritual solace helps them to reconcile the incomprehensible nature of Chris Watts' actions with their belief in a greater purpose, allowing them to cling to hope amidst the darkness. Their shared grief has also forged an unbreakable bond within the surviving family. Frank, Cindy, and Frankie Jr. lean on each other, offering unwavering support and understanding that only those who have experienced such profound loss can provide. They protect each other, grieve together, and find small moments of comfort in shared memories and mutual resilience. Their unity in the face of adversity is a powerful example of familial strength. The Rzucheks' determination to focus on the lives lived rather than solely the manner of death is a crucial aspect of their remembrance. While they have courageously confronted the horrific truth of Chris Watts's crimes, their public narrative consistently circles back to Shanann's vibrant personality, her dreams, her unwavering love for her girls, and the infectious joy of Bella and Celeste. They ensure that the legacy of their family is one of love and light, not defined by the darkness of the man who took them away. Their ongoing journey is a testament to the enduring human spirit, finding purpose in remembrance and light even in the deepest shadows of grief. While the Rzuchek family bravely navigates their path of grief and remembrance, the architect of their anguish, Chris Watts, lives out his existence in the stark, unyielding reality of a maximum security prison. Transferred out of state to a facility in Wisconsin for his own safety and the security of the prison population, his days are now a monotonous cycle of confinement, a stark and chilling contrast to the freedom he so desperately craved when he annihilated his family. Chris Watts is incarcerated in isolation, often in what is known as segregation or solitary confinement. This measure is taken not only for his protection, given the heinous nature of his crimes, particularly the murder of children, but also due to the severe threat he could pose to other inmates who view child killers with profound contempt. His cell is small, typically no larger than 10 by 12 feet, furnished only with a bed, a toilet, and a sink. Natural light is minimal, and his contact with the outside world or even other inmates is severely restricted. His daily routine is rigidly structured and devoid of any meaningful interaction. He wakes to the call of correctional officers, receives his meals through a slot in his cell door, and is permitted only a limited amount of time outside his cell, typically for a brief, solitary exercise period in a small, enclosed yard. He has virtually no access to the privileges common in general population, such as social groups, extensive library access, or opportunities for vocational training. His existence is defined by strict rules and pervasive loneliness, a self-imposed prison within a prison. Reports from prison staff or those who have had limited contact with him indicate that Chris Watts remains largely unemotional and detached, mirroring the demeanor he displayed during his confessions. There are no public reports of significant remorse, breakdowns, or attempts to express profound guilt beyond the controlled environment of his interviews. He is reportedly a quiet inmate, a man seemingly resigned to his fate, yet still offering no deeper explanation for the evil he unleashed than the selfish desires he outlined in his confessions. The finality of his sentence hangs heavy over his existence. Chris Watts is serving 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 48 years for his other charges. This means he will never again walk free. His plea bargain, while avoiding the death penalty, ensures that his remaining years will be spent behind concrete walls and steel bars, cut off entirely from the society he so profoundly violated. The freedom he sought through murder has been replaced by the ultimate form of captivity, a stark and fitting consequence for his unspeakable crimes. Chris Watts's life behind bars is a grim testament to the justice system's response to an individual who committed such egregious acts. It is a harsh, unyielding existence, stripped of comfort, contact, and purpose. It is the inescapable reality of the choice he made on August 13, 2018, a chilling final chapter for the man who destroyed his family in pursuit of a false dream, now living a permanent nightmare of his own making. While Chris Watts was condemned to a life behind bars, the legal battles surrounding his atrocious crimes did not end with his criminal sentencing. For the Rzucheks family, true justice extended beyond his incarceration. It meant ensuring that the man who had stolen their loved ones could never benefit financially from their deaths. This commitment led to significant civil proceedings, focusing on Chris Watts's assets and his financial accountability for the immense suffering he caused. The primary legal action was the wrongful death lawsuit filed by Frank and Cindy Rzucheks against Chris Watts. This civil suit, distinct from the criminal case, sought to hold him financially responsible for the deaths of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. While no amount of money could ever compensate for their loss, the Rzucheks family's motivation was clear: to prevent Chris Watts from gaining any financial advantage from his crimes and to ensure that any future earnings or assets he might acquire would be directed towards his victims, even if only symbolically. Central to these proceedings were Chris Watts's remaining assets. At the time of the murders, he owned the family home on Saratoga Trail, had a pension plan through Anadarko Petroleum, and potentially other financial accounts or life insurance policies. The legal system, through various state and federal slayer rules or similar principles, generally prevents a killer from inheriting from their victims or profiting from their deaths. These laws were crucial in ensuring Chris Watts could not claim life insurance payouts on Shanann, nor inherit any of her assets. The civil lawsuit aimed to obtain a judgment against him that would strip him of any current or future financial resources. The family home, once a symbol of their aspirations, became a key piece of this legal puzzle. It was ultimately foreclosed upon, unable to be sold due to the notorious nature of the crime and the lingering stigma. The Rzucheks fought to ensure that Chris Watts would not receive any proceeds from its sale or any other assets. The court eventually granted a default judgment of approximately $6 million against Chris Watts in favor of the Rzucheks family. This judgment, while largely symbolic given Chris Watts's lack of assets, ensures that any future money he might earn or any inheritance he might receive would legally be owed to his victim's estate. This tireless pursuit of financial accountability underscored the Rzucheks family's unwavering dedication to justice. It was not about personal enrichment. It was about the principle of preventing a perpetrator from profiting from his evil. It demonstrated their commitment to ensuring that Chris Watts, in every conceivable way, physically, legally, and financially, would be held fully accountable for the devastation he wrought. The legal aftermath solidified his complete and utter ruin, serving as a final definitive statement that his abhorrent actions would not be left unpunished, nor would they bring him the freedom he so cruelly sought. While Chris Watts lived out his existence in the cold confines of prison, another individual whose life was irrevocably shattered by his actions was Nicole Kessinger, his mistress. Her involvement, initially a secret, became a critical piece of the investigative puzzle, ultimately contributing to Chris's confession. However, once her identity and role in the affair became public, Kessinger herself became an object of intense scrutiny, public condemnation, and lasting suspicion, forever altering the course of her life. Nicole Kessinger initially cooperated fully with law enforcement. She provided crucial details about her relationship with Chris, his claims of being separated from Shanann, and his behavior in the days leading up to and immediately following the murders. Her testimony, particularly her account of Chris's lies and her growing suspicion, was vital in breaking down his fabricated narrative and pushing him towards his initial confession. Her willingness to share information even at her own peril was a key factor in the rapid resolution of the case. However, once her role in the affair was revealed, Kessinger faced an immediate and ferocious public backlash. She became the target of intense online harassment, speculation, and outright death threats. Despite official statements confirming her cooperation and no charges being filed against her, a segment of the public remained unconvinced of her complete innocence, questioning whether she might have known more about Chris's plans or the true status of his marriage. This public suspicion, often fueled by armchair detectives and social media outrage, created an unbearable environment for her. The psychological toll on Nicole Kessinger must have been immense. To discover that the man she believed she was building a future with was a cold-blooded family annihilator, and to then be subjected to global scorn is a burden few could endure unscathed. The betrayal she experienced from Chris Watts, combined with the public's relentless judgment, led to a profound and desperate need for anonymity. She reportedly changed her name and disappeared from public life, seeking to sever all ties with the notoriety that had inadvertently consumed her. Her decision to vanish underscores the lasting and often brutal consequences of being tangentially involved in such a high-profile, heinous crime. Regardless of her legal culpability, of which none was ever found, her association with Chris Watts meant that her private life was irrevocably destroyed. She became a cautionary tale, a stark reminder of how proximity to pure evil can irrevocably taint an individual's existence, even when they are not direct participants in the violence. Nicole Kessinger's story serves as a crucial secondary narrative within the Watts case, highlighting the devastating ripple effects of such a crime. It speaks to the collateral damage inflicted by a killer's actions extending far beyond the immediate victims. Her enduring absence from public life is a quiet testament to the indelible stain left by her association with Chris Watts, a man who, in his selfish pursuit of a new life, not only destroyed his family, but also irrevocably altered the lives of everyone who came into his orbit. Even after his conviction and the comprehensive details revealed in his prison confessions, the enigma of Chris Watts's psychology continued to perplex experts. The full truth of his heinous acts provided a chilling amount of data, allowing criminal psychologists and behavioral analysts to revisit his profile with unprecedented clarity. What emerged was a portrait of a man far more complex and disturbing than the quiet, unassuming figure he presented to the world, a man who epitomized the terrifying concept of the mask of normalcy. The detailed accounts of the murders, particularly the deliberate and agonizing suffocation of his own children, offered critical insights. Experts pointed to his chilling capacity for compartmentalization and emotional detachment. His ability to murder his pregnant wife, load her body, then calmly interact with his living daughters before driving them to their deaths, and finally, to meticulously dispose of them, spoke volumes about a profound psychological dissociation. This wasn't a crime of passion, but a calculated execution of a plan, devoid of any genuine empathy or remorse. Many experts coalesced around the diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder, potentially coupled with strong antisocial or even psychopathic traits. His driving motivation appeared to be purely selfish, the desire for a new life, free from the perceived burdens of his family. His inability to tolerate confrontation, Shanann's challenge to his control, and his absolute focus on his own needs all align with narcissistic tendencies. The psychopathic elements manifest in his profound lack of empathy, his capacity for sustained deceit, the elaborate cover-up, and his chilling composure even when recounting the most horrifying details of his crimes. He reportedly remains a quiet, compliant inmate, further reinforcing the idea of a personality devoid of the typical emotional distress that would accompany such acts. The Chris Watts case became a stark lesson in the mask of normalcy. He presented himself as a loving husband, a dedicated father, and a reliable employee. His social media presence, meticulously curated by Shanann, reinforced this idyllic image. The confessions, however, ripped away this mask, revealing a remorseless killer who had been hiding in plain sight. Experts highlighted how this case served as a critical reminder that the absence of overt red flags does not always equate to safety, and that profound internal pathology can exist beneath a seemingly unremarkable exterior. Despite the wealth of detail provided in his confessions, the fundamental why continued to elude absolute understanding. While experts could categorize his traits and point to contributing factors, the sheer incomprehensibility of a father choosing to annihilate his entire family remained a disturbing mystery. It transcended simple explanations of motive, delving into the darkest corners of human behavior where logic and empathy cease to apply. The psychological analysis of Chris Watts, made possible by his full confessions, profoundly impacted the field of true crime and criminal psychology. It underscored the complexities of family annihilation cases and the devastating potential of individuals who hide deep-seated pathology behind an outwardly unremarkable facade. His case continues to be studied, serving as a chilling reminder that the greatest dangers can sometimes come from the most unexpected and seemingly normal sources. The Chris Watts case stands as a chilling and unforgettable testament to the concept of the mask of normalcy. Chris Watts epitomized this terrifying psychological phenomenon, the ability of an individual to present a perfectly ordinary, even endearing, facade to the world, while harboring profoundly dark intentions and capabilities beneath. His transformation from a seemingly loving husband and father to a cold-blooded family annihilator was so abrupt and complete that it forced society to reevaluate its understanding of danger and the insidious nature of hidden evil. To the outside world, Chris Watts was unremarkable, even likable. Neighbors described him as quiet, polite, and helpful. Family photos and Shanann's enthusiastic social media posts depicted him as a devoted husband and playful father, seemingly enjoying a quintessential suburban life. This meticulously constructed public persona was his mask, a carefully maintained illusion that allowed him to move undetected through his community, capable of committing unthinkable acts while projecting an image of harmlessness. The stark contrast between this outward presentation and the monster he truly was became one of the most disturbing aspects of the case. The Watts case underscored the insidious nature of emotional and psychological abuse that often precedes and can be more difficult to identify than physical violence. Shanann's friends and family later recalled Chris's growing emotional detachment, his sudden obsession with fitness, and his increasing demands for control. While these might appear subtle on their own, in retrospect, they were chilling precursors to his ultimate betrayal. The case serves as a poignant warning that a relationship's health cannot be judged solely by its outward appearance or social media posts. True danger can brew unseen behind a carefully constructed facade of happiness. This case has become a critical touchstone for discussions on recognizing red flags in relationships, however subtle. It highlights the importance of trusting one's instincts, especially when something feels off about a person or a relationship that otherwise appears perfect. The sudden and unexplained detachment, the intense desire for control, the rationalization of extreme behaviors, and the complete lack of empathy for a partner's feelings are all warning signs that Watts exhibited, which, when viewed in retrospect, point towards his deteriorating mental state and growing capacity for violence. The Watts murders compelled a societal re-evaluation of what truly constitutes safety and danger within personal relationships. It shattered the comfortable illusion that such heinous acts only occur in outwardly troubled homes or among individuals with obvious criminal pasts. The ability of Chris Watts to fool friends, family, and even trained law enforcement professionals in the initial stages of the investigation served as a powerful, lingering warning. It underscored the profound difficulty in detecting someone who can so effectively hide their true intentions behind a meticulously crafted mask of normalcy. His case continues to serve as a stark reminder that beneath the calmest surface, the most terrifying depths can sometimes lie hidden, making vigilance and a commitment to understanding the nuances of human behavior more critical than ever. The Chris Watts case, in its full horrifying detail, did more than just expose the evil acts of one man. It brutally thrust the dark realities of domestic violence and the extreme phenomenon of family annihilation into the global spotlight. This case became a stark and unforgettable illustration of how such tragedies can unfold, even in seemingly idyllic settings, forcing a renewed and critical public discourse on these complex issues. While the term domestic violence often conjures images of physical abuse, the Watts case powerfully underscored the insidious nature of emotional and psychological control. Shanann's friends and family later spoke of Chris's increasing detachment, his quiet dominance, and his efforts to dictate aspects of Shanann's life and finances. These subtle, yet pervasive forms of control are often precursors to more overt aggression, a pattern tragically culminating in violence. The case amplified the message that abuse is not solely physical, it can be deeply psychological, eroding a victim's autonomy and sense of self, making them vulnerable to the ultimate betrayal. Moreover, the Watts case provided a chilling example of family annihilation, a specific and extreme form of domestic violence where a perpetrator, almost always male, kills his entire family. Studies on family annihilators reveal common triggers, many of which were present in Chris Watts's situation. A perceived threat to the perpetrator's authority or autonomy. Shanann's independence, her confrontation about the affair, financial strains, though less overt in his narrative, certainly a factor in their lives, and the desire to start a new life, often with a new partner, viewing the existing family as an insurmountable obstacle. Chris Watts's deliberate and methodical actions, as revealed in his full confession, fit this chilling profile perfectly. He sought to erase his past completely to facilitate his selfish future. The case served as a critical educational tool, highlighting that these acts are rarely truly spontaneous. While Chris claimed a moment of rage, his planning, his disposal methods, and his elaborate cover-up all pointed to a calculated decision. This emphasized the urgent need for greater public awareness and education on the warning signs. Friends, family, and community members are now urged to pay closer attention to sudden changes in behavior, emotional withdrawal, controlling tendencies, or expressed desires to start over in ways that exclude existing family. The Watts case became a powerful reminder that snapping is often the culmination of a deeply troubled, often narcissistic mindset, rather than a sudden, uncharacteristic explosion. Ultimately, the broader implications of the Chris Watts case lie in its contribution to victim advocacy and prevention efforts. It underscored the critical role of vigilance, compassion, and intervention. It reinforced the importance of believing victims when they express fears or concerns, no matter how outwardly stable their relationship appears. While the tragic ending of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste's lives can never be undone, their story has, for many, become a catalyst for greater awareness, urging society to look beyond the surface, to recognize the quiet dangers that can lurk within seemingly normal lives, and to support those who may be silently suffering behind closed doors. The Chris Watts case swiftly transcended its local tragedy to become a global true crime phenomenon, captivating millions and spawning an unprecedented amount of content across various media. Its pervasive presence in documentaries, podcasts, YouTube analyses, and countless online discussions underscored a profound societal fascination with extreme human behavior, but also ignited crucial conversations about the ethical responsibilities inherent in consuming and creating true crime narratives. The case's unique appeal within the true crime genre stemmed from several factors. Shanann Watts's extensive social media presence provided a trove of personal insight into the family's life, making the victims feel relatable and their happiness tangible. The dramatic unraveling of Chris Watts's lies, captured on police body camera footage and televised pleas, offered a real-time, unfolding drama that pulled viewers directly into the investigation. Above all, the terrifying juxtaposition of Chris Watts's outwardly normal demeanor against the monstrous acts he committed resonated deeply, embodying the ultimate nightmare of a hidden killer. However, this widespread fascination came with significant ethical implications. The explosion of true crime content surrounding the Watts case raised questions about the fine line between public interest and morbid sensationalism. While such content can serve to educate, raise awareness, and honor victims, there is a constant risk of inadvertently glorifying the perpetrator, turning real human suffering into mere entertainment, or exploiting the tragedy for commercial gain. The sheer volume of material, much of it unverified or highly speculative, highlighted the need for responsible journalism and compassionate storytelling. The internet sleuth phenomenon, particularly active in the Watts case due to the wealth of publicly available material, further complicated the ethical landscape. While some online communities genuinely sought justice and unearthed crucial details, others veered into invasive speculation, victim blaming, and the spread of misinformation. This collective, often unregulated investigation brought immense pressure on law enforcement, but also inflicted additional pain on the victim's family and exposed the ethical pitfalls of amateur true crime analysis. The case became a stark reminder of the potential for desensitization when real-life horrors are consumed as entertainment. There was a critical need to differentiate between analyzing the psychology of a criminal and morbidly feasting on the details of a brutal murder. Ethical considerations demanded that the victims, Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, remain at the heart of the narrative, their lives honored and their voices heard, rather than allowing the perpetrator to dominate the story. Ultimately, the Chris Watts case profoundly influenced discussions within the true crime community about its moral compass. It underscored the responsibility of creators to approach such sensitive material with profound respect, thorough research, and a clear purpose that prioritizes victim remembrance and public education over sensationalism. For consumers, it served as a call for empathy, urging a thoughtful engagement with the material, remembering that behind every true crime story lie real lives, real suffering, and a profound human cost that should never be trivialized. The legacy of the Watts murders in true crime is thus a dual one, a benchmark of public fascination and a somber lesson in ethical storytelling. The pervasive nature of the Chris Watts case in media, while instrumental in revealing the full truth, simultaneously highlighted a profound ethical dilemma inherent in true crime storytelling: how to recount unspeakable tragedy without inadvertently glorifying the perpetrator. The Watts case, with its abundance of police footage, social media posts, and a seemingly normal killer, presented a unique challenge, forcing creators to confront their responsibility to the victims and their grieving family. The explicit danger lies in inadvertently making the perpetrator the star of the story. Chris Watts, through his manipulative public appearances and later his chillingly detached confessions, offered a compelling, albeit terrifying, figure for analysis. The risk was that the narrative could become disproportionately focused on his psychology, his motives, or his performance, overshadowing the lives of those he so cruelly extinguished. Ethical storytelling demands a deliberate pivot away from this potential pitfall. Strategies for ethical storytelling in cases like Chris Watts's must be rigorously applied. First and foremost, the narrative must consistently center on the victims, Shanann Watts, Bella, and Celeste. This means emphasizing their lives, their personalities, their dreams, and the immense void their absence created. It involves giving voice to the Rzucheks family's perspective, allowing their grief, their memories, and their advocacy to drive the emotional core of the story. Their experiences, not Chris Watts's twisted internal world, are the true human tragedy. Responsible creators must also focus heavily on the impact and consequences of the crime, rather than dwelling on gratuitous or sensational details that serve no educational purpose. While the full confessions provided crucial understanding, their presentation must be handled with sensitivity, prioritizing the facts that expose Chris Watts's depravity without lingering on the horrific in a way that exploits the victim's suffering. The objective is to inform and to warn, not to entertain with gore. Furthermore, when presenting expert analysis of the perpetrator's psychology, it is crucial to do so without humanizing him in a sympathetic way. The goal is to understand the mechanics of his pathology, not to elicit pity or provide a platform for his self-serving narratives. Experts should frame their insights within the context of the harm caused, reinforcing the gravity of his actions rather than normalizing them. The focus must remain on the societal lessons learned and the mechanisms of domestic violence and family annihilation. The true crime community continues to grapple with these ethical considerations, and the Watts case has become a central point of discussion. It serves as a powerful reminder that behind every sensational headline and every intriguing detail lies an unbearable human cost. Ethical storytelling is not just about recounting facts. It is about respecting the deceased, supporting the bereaved, and ensuring that the narrative serves a greater purpose, whether it be advocacy, prevention, or simply a profound act of remembrance. By adhering to these principles, creators can transform tragedy into a meaningful lesson, ensuring that the legacy of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste Watts is one of light, warning, and enduring love rather than being overshadowed by the darkness of their killer. The address, 2828 Saratoga Trail in Frederick, Colorado, once simply a residential location, became a chilling landmark of unspeakable tragedy. What was once a symbol of suburban aspiration, a new home, a growing family, was irrevocably transformed into a crime scene, and then into a haunting monument to the horrors that unfolded within its walls. The fate of the Watts family home reflects the enduring psychological imprint left by acts of profound evil on a physical space. In the immediate aftermath of the murders, the house stood sealed off, a stark sentinel of the unspeakable. Police tape, investigators, and the somber presence of law enforcement transformed the quaint suburban street into a focal point of global attention. As the full truth of Chris Watts's crimes emerged, the house became a tangible representation of the nightmare, a place where a loving family had been betrayed and destroyed. Its very existence seemed to carry the weight of the violence and deceit it had witnessed. The challenges surrounding the property were immense. In the real estate world, such properties are known as stigmatized properties, places where an event, rather than a physical defect, renders them undesirable or difficult to sell. Local real estate laws in Colorado mandate disclosure of previous deaths or violent crimes on a property, ensuring that potential buyers are fully aware of its history. This legal requirement, combined with the widespread notoriety of the Watts case, meant that the home became virtually unsellable at its market value. For years, the house languished. It fell into foreclosure as Chris Watts was unable to make mortgage payments from prison, and any attempts by him to profit from its sale were thwarted by legal action and the public's revulsion. The property became a macabre object of fascination for true crime enthusiasts, with many driving by to glimpse the house where the tragedy began. This morbid curiosity further complicated any attempts to restore a sense of normalcy to the address. The very presence of the house continued to cast a long shadow over the surrounding community of Frederick. While residents sought to reclaim their peace and distance themselves from the horrific events, the physical reminder of the Watts home served as a constant, unsettling presence. It stood as a silent testament to the hidden dangers that can lurk behind closed doors, even in the most seemingly idyllic neighborhoods. Eventually, after years of legal wrangling and price reductions, the house was indeed sold, albeit at a significantly reduced price, to a new, unsuspecting family who might have been unaware of its history or who were willing to look past it. Efforts were made to renovate and cleanse the space, but for many, the address will forever remain etched in collective memory as the starting point of an unthinkable tragedy. The Watts family home serves as a chilling reminder that while lives can be brutally extinguished, the physical spaces they once inhabited can, for years to come, bear the indelible scars of the horrors they witnessed, a lingering symbol of profound loss and unspeakable evil. In the wake of the Watts family murders, an outpouring of grief and compassion swept across communities, both local and global, inspiring numerous acts of public remembrance for Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. Beyond the deeply personal tributes of the Rzucheks family, countless individuals sought to honor the lives so cruelly taken, ensuring that their memory would not be overshadowed by the darkness of their demise. These memorials stand as poignant testaments to the enduring human need to mourn, to connect, and to find meaning even in the most inexplicable of horrors. In Frederick, Colorado, the immediate aftermath saw a spontaneous eruption of public grief. The front lawn of the Watts home, though later a symbol of chilling notoriety, was initially transformed into an impromptu memorial. Well-wishers left teddy bears, balloons, candles, and heartfelt notes, creating a poignant shrine that spoke volumes about the community's shock and sorrow. This collective expression of mourning provided a focal point for shared grief and a silent rebuke to the perpetrators' heinous acts. As time progressed, formal and informal acts of remembrance continued to emerge. Online memorial pages and social media groups dedicated to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste flourished, providing platforms for thousands to share messages of sympathy, light candles virtually, and remember the victims. These digital spaces became crucial for connecting a global audience, allowing people from diverse backgrounds to express their sorrow and solidarity with the Rzucheks family. Within their local communities, efforts were made to create more permanent tributes. Parks, benches, and trees have been dedicated in their names, providing serene spaces for reflection and remembrance. These memorials serve as tangible reminders of the lives that once filled those spaces with laughter and love, ensuring that future generations can visit and learn about the profound impact of their story. Community events, such as walks or fundraisers, are sometimes held in their honor, often with a focus on raising awareness about domestic violence or supporting related victim advocacy organizations. The global reach of the Watts case meant that memorialization extended far beyond Colorado. People across the United States and around the world, deeply affected by the story, organized their own small vigils or created personal tributes. This widespread public remembrance underscored the universal nature of the shock and sorrow provoked by such a brutal crime, particularly one involving innocent children. It transcended geographical boundaries, uniting individuals in a shared sense of loss and empathy. Crucially, these public acts of remembrance consistently focused on celebrating the lives and innocence of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, rather than dwelling on the horrific circumstances of their deaths or the identity of their killer. The overwhelming desire was to ensure that their vibrant spirits were what endured in collective memory. The photographs shared were of happy moments: Shanann's infectious smile, Bella's playful spirit, Celeste's sweet charm. These images served as powerful counterpoints to the darkness of the crime, asserting that love and memory would ultimately triumph over hatred. The memorials and public remembrance of the Watts family serve as a powerful testament to the human spirit's capacity for compassion and resilience. They embody the profound need to honor the lives of those lost, to ensure their existence was not in vain, and to draw vital lessons from tragedy. In these acts, Shanann, Bella, and Celeste continue to live on, not just as victims of a terrible crime, but as cherished individuals whose story compels ongoing vigilance and heartfelt remembrance. The harrowing saga of the Watts family murders, laid bare in all its agonizing detail, stands as an enduring, chilling call for vigilance and empathy. Beyond the shock and sorrow, this case compels us to look deeper, to challenge assumptions, and to recognize that the most profound dangers can often lie hidden beneath the surface of apparent normalcy. It is a stark reminder that it could happen anywhere, urging every individual to cultivate a heightened sense of awareness and compassionate engagement with those around them. The primary lesson gleaned from the Chris Watts case is the critical importance of vigilance, not just for overt signs of trouble, but for the subtle, insidious shifts in behavior and relationship dynamics. Shanann's friends and family, in retrospect, observed Chris's growing emotional detachment, his sudden obsession with control over finances and daily life, and his increasing disinterest in his family. These were not dramatic explosions, but gradual, eroding changes. The case teaches us to pay attention to these quiet red flags. A partner who isolates another, who exhibits unexplained emotional coldness, who suddenly demands radical changes to their life, or who displays an unnerving lack of empathy. Crucially, the Watts case underscores the importance of trusting instincts, both one's own and those of concerned friends or family members. Nicole Atkinson, Shanann's friend, felt an immediate sense of unease, which compelled her to act. This instinct, dismissed by Chris Watts as overreacting, ultimately proved to be a critical early warning. The message is clear. If something feels off in a relationship, or if a loved one expresses subtle fears or concerns, those feelings should be taken seriously, investigated gently, and supported without judgment. This leads to the indispensable role of empathy. Creating a societal environment where individuals feel safe to voice their fears, where friends and family are willing to listen without judgment, is paramount. Often, victims of emotional or coercive control may feel isolated, ashamed, or fearful of speaking out. The Watts case compels us to reach out, to offer a non-judgmental ear, and to provide resources and support discreetly and effectively. It's about fostering communities where silence does not equate to safety, and where concerns about domestic dynamics are met with understanding, not dismissal. For those who may be experiencing such control or abuse, the Watts case, despite its tragic ending, serves as a desperate plea. Help is available. Resources from domestic violence hotlines to local support groups offer lifelines and pathways to safety. Recognizing that you are in an unhealthy or dangerous relationship is the first, courageous step, and there are countless individuals and organizations dedicated to providing a way out, however daunting it may seem. Ultimately, the Chris Watts case is a powerful call to action for broader societal responsibility. It demands that we look beyond the surface, challenge our preconceptions about what constitutes a normal family, and actively support initiatives aimed at domestic violence prevention and mental health awareness. The lives of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste Watts were tragically extinguished, but their story resonates as a perpetual reminder of the hidden dangers that can lurk within seemingly ordinary lives. It compels us all to be more vigilant, more empathetic, and more proactive in protecting the vulnerable, striving to create a world where such unspeakable betrayals never again occur. The journey through the Watts family murders has laid bare a truth of unspeakable horror. From the initial desperate search, through Chris Watts's calculated lies, his shocking confession, and finally, the agonizing details revealed from his prison cell, we have meticulously reconstructed the what and the how. We know the precise sequence of events: Shanann's brave struggle, Bella's desperate pleas, Celeste's quiet, tragic end, and the chilling disposal of their bodies. The facts are undeniable, the evidence conclusive, and the perpetrator unequivocally identified and condemned. Yet even with every piece of the puzzle meticulously placed, the profound and disturbing why continues to loom, an enduring, incomprehensible mystery. How could a seemingly ordinary man, a husband and father, capable of outwardly expressing affection, transform into a cold-blooded monster who systematically extinguished the lives of his entire family? Chris Watts offered his selfish motives, his affair, his desire for a new life, the perceived obstacles his family presented. But these explanations fall tragically short of truly accounting for the depths of his depravity. They provide a narrative of self-interest, but not a comprehensible explanation for the capacity to commit such unspeakable acts without a flicker of remorse. The chilling lack of genuine human emotion in Chris Watts, evident from his initial public appearances to his dispassionate recounting of the murders in prison, remains one of the most unsettling aspects of the case. It speaks to a profound psychological void, a terrifying absence of empathy that defies conventional understanding. This is the enduring mystery, the nature of an evil so absolute that it transcends human logic and compassion, leaving us to grapple with the disturbing realization that some darkness may simply be unfathomable. But while the why of Chris Watts's actions may forever elude us, the legacy of this tragedy is not one of incomprehensible evil, but one of indelible remembrance. Shanann, Bella, and Celeste Watts must never be remembered merely as victims of a horrific crime, but as lives full of vibrancy, love, and promise. Shanann, a devoted mother and ambitious businesswoman. Bella, a spirited and intelligent 5-year-old. Celeste, a sweet and gentle 3-year-old. Their laughter, their dreams, and their love for each other are what truly define their existence, and it is these memories that their family tirelessly works to keep alive. The Watts case has forever imprinted itself on the public consciousness, forcing uncomfortable but vital conversations about hidden dangers in seemingly perfect lives. It serves as a stark warning about the insidious nature of emotional control, the importance of vigilance, and the absolute necessity of empathy for those who might be suffering in silence. It has galvanized efforts in domestic violence awareness, compelling society to recognize the subtle red flags and to extend a hand of support before tragedy strikes. In the end, the story of the Watts family is a poignant and powerful reminder of the fragility of life, the devastating consequences of unchecked self-interest, and the terrifying reality that evil can reside where it is least expected. While we may never fully comprehend the darkness that consumed Chris Watts, we can and must hold on to the light that was Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. Their memory demands our continued vigilance, our enduring empathy, and our unwavering commitment to ensuring that their lives, though brutally cut short, continue to inspire a world where love triumphs over hate, and where every precious life is cherished and protected.